While I was resting in a bamboo forest, a strange man approached me.
Excuse me. Are you heading down the mountain?
Yeah, that's right.
I see. Planning on leaving the forest?
Yes, I'm headed west.
I was hoping you'd say that. Mind if I join you? I'm a little turned around.
You're lost?
Yes, no matter which way I turn, I can't seem to find my way out of here.
You must have a lousy sense of direction.
It's been hard for me. No one has passed through here in over 3 years.
You're kidding.
No, really. And I know this is going to sound strange, but I've been right here the whole time. I'm originally from the village at the foot of the mountain.
I see. So, you're a local? It's not like you can't see the sun in here. How could you get lost?
Well, to tell you the truth, I don't really understand how myself.
I must admit, this is a huge... Damn it. The same place. What's going on? I know it's not broken. We started out heading west, and then, before we knew it, we were headed in another direction. We must have gone further and further off course and ended up going in a circle.
As always, that's what happens. You can't get out.
What's up with this place?
Looks like you've been caught up in here too. Tough luck. Well, you're more than welcome to live here with us.
Hey, that's not funny. Come on. Wait, did you say us?
Yes. Mother used to live here with her daughter. Huh.
Kisuke!
Sadly, the mother passed away a few years ago, but her daughter is now my wife. We've known each other since we were little kids. So, at least some good has come from this.
Huh.
This is Ginko. He was just passing through. My wife, Setsu. Go. Sorry if I was any trouble. I'm heading back home now. Would you care to stay a while?
No. I'm going to keep on looking for a way out.
All right, then. Be careful. See you later.
Be careful. What did he mean by that? I made it. Glad that's over. Need something?
Well, we were just curious. You came out of the bamboo forest, didn't you?
Yeah.
Tell me, did you see a man while you were in there?
Yeah. I think he was trying to play a joke on me. Who is he, anyway?
That man's being held hostage by a monster. You're lucky. You could have been caught too.
Monster?
Yes. There's a white bamboo that grows in that forest and... Quiet! Don't tell outsiders stories like that. Think of all the rumors you're going to start about our village.
Ginko. Weren't you able to find your way out of here?
I did. But there was something I wanted to see, so I came back. I've heard that there's a white bamboo growing somewhere in this forest. Also, I heard something strange about you and your wife.
Tell me something. Once you've seen it, what do you plan to do?
If it falls under my field of expertise, I'd like to hear your story in detail. This is a rare phenomenon. Who knows? With enough information, I might be able to find a way to get you out of here. It's too late to tell me to walk away. I'm going to do this, with or without your help.
Follow me. Here's the first one. There are 4 others.
Oh, it's a Magaradaki.
What?
This forest. Tell me about it. This place must have a history. What happened here?
This is a story that the children in the village are told. And it begins. They lived here in this forest. Though they tried for many years, the couple could not conceive a child. This depressed the husband, who began spending more and more time away from home. His wife was a strange woman. She would sometimes be seen talking to trees and flowers, and eventually began wandering around the forest at night. Then, one day, she told her husband she thought she might be pregnant. The husband grew suspicious of his wife, so one night he followed her into the forest. That's when he saw it. His wife, blissful and enamored, embracing a white bamboo tree. Frightened and confused, the husband ran away, but the villagers chastised him, and he soon returned home. There, he found his wife cradling a bamboo shoot as if it were a newborn baby.
She gave birth to a bamboo shoot?
Yeah, that's what they say.
Maybe she was just trying to taunt him into leaving her.
That's what all the villagers thought as well, and in the end, the husband did run away. Years later, when I was a boy, we went into the forest to see this bamboo child. She looked like a normal girl. That girl was Setsu. By that time, her mother had only, so I often came by with my little sister and some friends to play. But we all sensed there was something different about Setsu. She never ate. Water was all she would drink, and she would never leave the forest. But we all liked her, just the same. Then, one day we came into this forest and couldn't find our way out. We went in circles, over and over. Soon after, one by one, I began to lose sight of the others. Before I realized it, I was the only one left. The next day, those who made it back to the village came looking for me. But once they found me, they discovered they were unable to find their way out.
So even though you knew what would happen, you still dragged me into all this.
Sorry about that. You're an outsider. I wanted to see what would happen. After that, I moved into Setsu's house with my sister, who was my only family. Everyone in the village helped us out with food, clothing, whatever else we needed. They were all so kind. My sister and I were practically raised by the village. They were like family. It was wonderful. But as time passed, fewer and...
Kisuke, are you lonely?
Not at all.
I'm glad. That's good to know.
In time, Setsu became pregnant. But... that was when I felt the truth behind Setsu's origin. For the very first time. The midwife ran back to the village, and no one else has ever come to this place since then. That's the story. Though you probably don't believe me.
Wow, it is astounding.
So, this Magaridaki you mentioned before, what is it?
It's a bamboo by name, but it's not a plant. In a bamboo forest, all of the bamboo trees share the same roots. Together they are one. Or you could say they make up a family of successive generations. The Magaradaki are mushi that live off of these roots, posing as one of the family. They grow by taking in nutrients from the roots of the bamboo, in return, expanding the bamboo's size and family. Your wife was born from a mushi and a human. We mushi masters call them oniko. Their existence is extremely rare. A little too much to take in all at once?
No, not after seeing how my daughter looked when she was born. Whatever her parents were, it doesn't matter. She's still Setsu. I know the people down in the village might not think so. But if they ever meet her, then they'll understand. Who knows, maybe one day we'll all live in the village together.
So that's why you want to leave this forest?
Yes. Also, I'm worried about my little sister. I hope she hasn't suffered because of me.
I have an idea. If you connect all the points where he suddenly changes direction, it makes an almost perfect circle.
That's what happens.
And at the center of the circle is that stalk. Is that the water that gives life to you and your daughter?
Yes.
Could you share some with me?
No, I'm sorry. I can't. My mother told me that I shouldn't give any of this water to anyone, especially outsiders.
Even Kisuke?
Well, actually, I did give him some. Back when we were still just children.
I see. It must be hard on you, being hated by the villagers.
It can be, but I don't mind. My husband and daughter are all I need. It's sad that Kisuke is not able to leave the forest. But honestly, in a way, I'm happy.
Well, I'll just have to borrow some then. I'm sorry, but I have to do this. Just as I suspected. I'm trapped. I can't get out. Now this is going to be a problem.
It's that time of year again. The leaves are starting to fall. Mother Bamboo is giving these leaves to her children. They're the food that will help them grow big and strong.
Oh, which one is the mother?
They all are. They're raising their children together. Your daddy always thinks about the village this time of the year. It's big and full of life. You wouldn't believe how beautiful the sun is there. I wish I could show it to you. Maybe someday.
Will things be alright? Kisuke. He's not going to leave, is he?
Then, you found what's causing this?
Yeah. Unlike plants, mushi have will, drive, and motivation. They send out commands to each part of themselves to help carry out this will. So in this case, the mushi's body is the forest surrounding this one central stalk. The medium that conveys the stalk's will is the water flowing through it, the same water that Setsu drinks. As you can see, normal water shows no reaction when placed near the stalk. But simply carrying this water places you under the influence of the mushi. Obviously, those who drink it are also under its will. Just being near it is enough for it to have an effect.
It sure is hot today. I'm thirsty.
You can have a sip of this if you like.
As for Setsu, I don't think she knew about any of this.
You're right. She couldn't have known, but what are we supposed to do?
To completely remove that water from your body. But frankly, I'm not sure how to. Now listen, there is one other method, but it's something that I'd really rather not have to do. I'm not sure what effect it might have on the others.
Oh. I see. In that case, I can live with things the way they are.
So it was you. You were the one keeping Kisuke here for me. Thank you. And I'm sorry. What's going on?
You won't be able to do it. Because you're one of its Chi's body. Just as your limbs won't go against your brain. Were you listening the whole time?
Kisuke. He's trapped here because of me.
But I don't think he's truly unhappy.
Kisuke brought joy into my life. A common woman like me. And in return, I took his village away from him. He told me he didn't care where I was from or who my parents are. But none of that mattered. Because Kisuke is in love with me.
No, don't!
Setsu! Now where could she have gone? It's the village. Hey, it's me, Kisuke. I was finally able to get out.
Brother?
Yes. So have you been well?
Is that the child?
Yes.
Go away.
Wait, listen to me.
Don't bring that thing down to the village ever again. I have a child of my own now. Please don't make my child suffer the same way I did.
Daddy, where's Mommy?
Let's go home. I bet she's there waiting for us.
I've been told that for a while, the three of them lived happily together. But then, 6 months later, when I returned to the bamboo forest to see the effects of cutting down the parent stalk, the Magaradaki, they're all gone.
After that, the white bamboo stalks wilted and died, one after the other. Just like my wife and daughter. That water, they needed it to survive. They shriveled up, like dead trees. They suffered so much. Setsu shouldn't have done that. That was her parent. I made her do it. Because I couldn't forget about the village. Looks like it's about that time of year again. White bamboo. When did that? sounds like babies crying. It's coming from the direction of the graves.
When the winter chill begins to drain the breath from our bodies, we may feel the coming of a false spring. If we tarry too long to enjoy the warmth, the cold will soon return to claim us.
What's that? Flowers? So early? A butterfly!
I got caught in the storm and I was hoping that maybe you could put me up for the night.
Come in. Miharu? Why would he get up so early in the morning? Did he go outside?
What does he think he's doing? No, that's dangerous! Stop! Don't touch it!
Miharu! What's wrong? What's he done?
Tell him it's not safe to pick up strange things in the woods without learning what they are first.
Oh, no fair. That was a really interesting one.
You mean you were doing it again? Please. Does that mean you can see the things he says he sees?
These creatures are known as Mushin. The few who can see them are either afraid of them or fascinated by them. I'd say the boy falls into the latter category.
You're right. As long as I can remember, he's always been fond of animals, of any living thing. He used to bring home strays to look after, but 3 winters ago, when he started seeing those things, he began to act strange. That winter, Miharu went missing. He disappeared in the mountains. For several days after that, there was a terrible blizzard.
We have to turn back. There's nothing more we can do tonight.
It was hopeless. We gave him up for lost. Then, one day, Miharu... he appeared out of nowhere with the spring. After that, he began talking about those strange things and chasing after them. And the next winter, when our food stores began to run out, he suddenly disappeared again. Later, we found him collapsed in the snow at the leap until spring came. His pockets were full of edible mountain greens, a variety that never grows in the winter. When I asked him where he'd been, he said,
Don't remember. Just make sure you don't let anyone else see that. There'll only be trouble if people find out.
That's all I could get out of him. It's been difficult to get by with just the 2 of us. I can understand his wanting to help out, but all this scares me. I don't know what to make of it. It can't be natural.
what you've said, it sounds like it could be a Harumagari.
What? Harumagari?
Yes, it means false springtime. There are mushi called usobuki that look like blossoms on a tree. They give off a peculiar scent that makes hibernating plants and animals awaken in midwinter. The usobuki then feed off the life energy of these creatures, which in turn causes them to fall back into hibernation until the real spring. I'm afraid I don't know much more than that.
I see. But what exactly are these mushi things?
Most of them aren't really all that frightening. But in your brother's case, I suppose I could stay a while and teach him which ones are dangerous. Hey, Miharu, you see that one over there? That's one to avoid. It's a troublemaker. Hey, are you even listening to me?
Look! I found a ton of them in this hole!
Oh, don't pull them out of there. Start using your head, will you? It's like talking to a wall. So, where'd you find those greens?
Don't remember.
Look, I'm not gonna try and take them away or anything. It's okay to show me.
You gonna tell my sister?
I just want to study them. I make my living doing this sort of thing. You realize that you're making your sister worry, don't you? You should at least tell her where you got them.
And then you'd follow her and find out where they came from, right?
Listen, I know you just want to help. But if you let your sister go on worrying like this, you're just being selfish. You're lucky you have a place where you're loved and belong. Don't get sucked over to the other side.
Oh, I've seen that one.
Very good. Now what about this one?
I don't think so.
Miharu, you've got to concentrate. Listen! I'm sorry. He's exhausted. Could we continue tomorrow, perhaps?
It's fine by me. I really don't have anything else to do as long as I'm here.
So tell me, how long do you think you'll be able to stay?
It's hard to say. I guess I can stay a while. At least until I've taught him about all the local mushi. He's a pretty fast learner, so maybe another 10 days. It all depends on this area.
On the area? Why?
Well, the problem is I'm sort of a mushi magnet. I can't stay too long in places that are rich in mushi without attracting them. And no good comes of having too many mushi in one place. But judging from what Miharu's told me, there doesn't seem to be too many mushi concentrated in this area. I guess it won't hurt to stay a little longer.
That's good. You can stay as long as you like. Besides, winter travel is difficult. At least stay until spring.
All What's that? A chrysalis? It was right around there. Could it have been a mushi? Have I started attracting them? There are more than there were before. Maybe I've stayed a little too long.
Oh. Hey, Ginkgo! I have to go to the village. Can you watch Miharu? He's inside taking a nap.
Sure. Be careful, all right? Hey, Miharu. You here somewhere? Damn that kid. He's gone wandering off in the mountains again. How far could he have gone? Damn it. Now which way? Miharu! Maybe I should backtrack and start over. Miharu, come on! Wake up! What's this? The Hadumagari. Could it be? It's not your fault. He's gonna be all right. The symptoms are the same as before. So, I'd like to stay with you until then, but I've got to start moving.
But you can't. Miharu will miss you when he wakes up.
I'm sorry, Suzu. Wait for me. I'll be back.
When the real world awakens, the phantom world goes to sleep. High in the winter mountains, a lone traveler senses the coming of spring.
Hey, Suzu.
Ginko.
He's still asleep. But it's been a year.
I know. I've been at my wits' end trying to understand what could have gone wrong.
There's one chance. I've got to find the place on the mountain where those greens came from.
You mustn't. It's too dangerous. You could end up just like Miharu.
Miharu should have woken up in the spring, shouldn't he? Whatever used to wake him up is missing. I've got to go find it. If I don't come back, have them search the north side of the mountain. Let's see. Last year his footprints headed off in this direction. Damn. Where the hell is this place? A butterfly. That sweet scent. Ah, that way. The air in this place. I'm starting to get lightheaded. I'd better not stay here too long. Okay. Usobaki take the form of tree blossoms. So... Damn. They all look like ordinary blossoms. There's got to be something. Some clue. Its body temperature is dropping. The scent. It's changing. What is this? My body's getting colder. I can't move my hand. Why are those butterflies the only thing still? This is I've been such a blind idiot. Now I get it. But I'm so sleepy. I can't.
You fool. Fool. What do I do? What now? I don't know how to wake you up. What's that? That was strange. It seemed as if something flew out.
What's that? That scent. Oh, it must be spring. What's that? Up there? Miharu!
Miharu! Miharu!
After the flower-like creature on the ceiling released its fragrance, it changed into something else. Something I recognized. The thing I first thought was a chrysalis was actually an usobuki. So, it seems the usobuki's metamorphosis somehow signals the end of the Harumagari, is that it?
If you hadn't set that butterfly free by accident, it would have turned into a flower in the spring and woken me up.
It would have helped if you told me that right away.
I know, but I like the butterflies the best. I wanted to keep them a secret. They grew those greens that helped us out in the winter. And they looked so beautiful flying around in the snow. But they were just doing what they had to do to survive, not to help us, weren't they?
That's right. You're starting to catch on. See, more like unusual neighbors. You can never really trust them. But you're perfectly free to like them.
Thanks. Hey, you want to come by the house before you go?
Thanks, but I've stayed here too long as it is. I need to get moving again.
Okay, but Sis is gonna miss you.
Make sure you tell her I said thank you for everything.
Hey, you will come back sometime, won't you?
Maybe. Only next time it won't be in the winter.
Why wouldn't it?
because people shouldn't let themselves get weak that time of year.
The beginning of a fleeting spring stirs the air in the icy mountains. The glow from the home along the snowy path invites all creatures, beasts, mushi, and humans alike, to seek a respite.
It's so peaceful.
You can say that again.
But when it's this nice and sunny every day, people tend to get lazy. You ever notice that? My wife doesn't want to get out of bed in the morning. Sometimes she sleeps so late, she doesn't even bother to make breakfast.
Well, you know what they always say, a spring night knows no dawn.
She's also been very forgetful lately. The last time she went to the market, she left our kid behind. She didn't even remember bringing him.
That's pretty bad. You'll be lucky if she hasn't forgotten you by the time you get home.
At this point, that might be a good thing.
Tell me something. Your wife.
No, and she snores like a bear.
Good, that's a relief.
What are you talking about? It's not good. She's so loud I can't sleep.
I've got some medicine for snoring.
Really? Does it work?
Thanks.
Excuse me. About what you said.
You mean the snoring medicine?
No. About forgetting things. Is there some connection between that and having trouble sleeping? Is it bad?
Why? Do you know someone like that?
I'm home. Mom?
Kaji, please, you've got to help me! There's a strange creature here!
Creature? Do you mean this crab? You've forgotten these two? They come up from the river about this time every year, remember?
What? Really, are you sure? Oh, hi! You're one of Kaji's friends. Nice to see you again.
You've never met him. This is a Mushi master. His name is Ginkgo.
Mind if I come in?
Please do. I'm Kaji's mother. Sayo.
She's like that all the time. Don't get me wrong. She's always been a little clumsy, and she's forgotten things from time to time before. But ever since last spring, the things she forgets seem more and more bizarre. After a busy day with lots of customers, I used some of the money I made to buy some dango, her favorite food.
Kaji, these are delicious. I've never tasted anything like them before.
What are you talking about? You've had these before?
No, I haven't. What are you saying? That I secretly eat these when no one's around?
I couldn't believe it. She'd completely forgotten all about dango. Then, on another day,
I was thinking about selling the ones that I don't wear too often.
what's the matter?
Is this one mine? I don't recall having one like this.
Of course it is. You kept it safe because it was expensive.
I did? Ah! Now I remember this old thing. It didn't look good on me, so I never wore it.
Among the kimonos that she rarely wore.
It sure is cold out there today. Hey! Don't scare me like that. Why would you do such a strange thing anyway?
What do you mean, strange? All I did was sneeze.
What's that?
She had forgotten what a sneeze was. Then, when we went to visit our relatives for New Year's...
Kaji, who are those two? In the back.
Uncle Masa and Aunt Mitsu.
And what about the girl next to them?
That's your little sister.
Even her sister. Just forgotten. That is strange. It's not just forgetfulness. Sounds like progressive amnesia.
Exactly. And now, she stays up all day and night working, never sleeping. She used to rest more often and take naps in between work underneath that tree outside. There's definitely something wrong with her.
Come on, dinner's ready. You too, Ginkgo, please join us. Though I warn you, it's not fancy.
Kaji. After dinner, I need you to do something for me. Write down everything that your mother has forgotten. Who's that for?
I'm sorry. Don't mind it. It's something I do for my husband who's away on business.
Your husband?
Yes. He's a traveling merchant and he spends most of the year on the road. I've heard that setting him a place keeps him from going hungry during his travels. It's silly, but it eases my conscience.
I sure hope she hasn't forgotten that he died or something.
Bless this food. Mom, I thought I told you that was wasteful.
It's not that much food, Kaji.
But you take it out of our portions to make it.
Well, who do you think your father's traveling around for anyway? I'm sure he's hungrier wherever he is than we are here at home.
Yeah, but still, you should get a job closer to home. For all the time he's gone, he doesn't make much.
Kaji.
He should have been home by now. He hasn't even written us a letter. I think the reason you've been forgetting things is because he makes you worry. I wish he'd just...
Stop it right now! Kaji! Eating and running off like that, how rude. I'm home too. He misses him terribly. See, my husband, he's a nice man, probably too nice for his own good. He was most likely helping someone and then got caught up or lost.
I don't think his father is the only person that your son is worried about.
I know. He asked you to come here and help me with my condition, didn't he?
Yes. He's told me most of what's been going on.
Tell me, do you know what's happening to me?
I don't. Not yet, anyway.
Oh, I see. I'm asking you as well. If you can find a way to, please help. For my son's sake. I'm afraid that if this keeps up, one day I'll wake up to discover that I've forgotten my husband and son as well. Worse still is the possibility that I'll forget that I've forgotten. That's what scares me the most.
All done?
Yeah, I think so. Hey, what are you doing?
I was trying to see if there's a common thread or a pattern. Hey, do the relatives that she forgot about have anything in common?
Yeah, they all live on the other side of the river. We never see them, not even at the market.
I see. It seems she's forgetting the thing she has the least contact with first. No. If that were the case, she would have forgotten her husband a long time ago. It's getting pretty late, but it still doesn't look like she's going to get any sleep.
She says she can't sleep, not even if she tries to. That's why she can stay up all night weaving. While she's working, she also uses the time to think about Dad over and over, so she won't forget him.
I see.
If she could at least get some sleep, it would be easier for her to wait for him.
The warm breeze. The fragrance of the flowers. if this is how all of her nights are. I can't think of any reason that she wouldn't be drawn into a deep, deep sleep. Looks like she's finally starting to nod off. She's already waking up.
Oh, morning already?
Time to make breakfast. What's the matter?
So that's it. Just as I suspected.
A mushi that eats memories?
Yes, it's known as a Kagedama. It's dark and translucent, and it has a membrane-like form. It likes to hide out in the shadows of large old trees. While they sleep, the mushi enters the ear and makes its way to the brain. After that, the host rarely sleeps, and little by little, they gradually lose their memories.
It lives in the shadow of that cherry blossom in the garden?
Yes, most likely. Once it consumes enough memories, the mushi divides itself. The new half is then sent out of the host's body during a brief moment of sleep to hide in the shadows of nearby trees. That's how they reproduce. By nature, they're weak and fragile, and can vanish if they remain in the sunlight for too long. I'm sorry, but since this mushi has already embedded itself into your brain, there's nothing we can do.
Wait, you mean there's no cure?
The only known weakness of the Kagedama is sunlight, so we've got nothing. There's no way to shine sunlight in your brain. But it might still be possible to protect the memories you don't want to forget. As an example, let's say memories are stored in the same way that drawers hold things inside a closet. Your memories of dongos, relatives that live far away, sneezes, they are all categorized and filed and takes the whole drawer out, one drawer at a time. The order it chooses doesn't seem to have anything to do with your interests. It appears to be completely random. But there's still hope. There's a set of memories the Kagedama hasn't touched yet. The things that you do repeatedly every day. The things that you see and think. Like how to cook, how to weave on the loom. The memories of your son. The husband that you set a place for every day. The mushi probably leaves the memories pertaining to the basics of daily living until last, to prolong the host's life as much as possible.
So, you're saying I won't forget those things?
It's just a theory. I don't know for sure. It could be that later on, if your supply of memories starts to deplete, the mushi might begin to prey on those vital ones as well. So, with that in mind, my suggestion would be this. Store up as many memories as possible, and continue to think about the ones you don't want to forget, over and over again.
I understand. I'll try my best.
You can do it, Mom. And instead of always...
You're right. Maybe I'll do just that. Instead of waiting here for your father, maybe I should go out and find him. Stop making that silly face. Come on. I've thought about doing this for a while now. I'm just scared. Scared to find out what happened to keep him away from home for so long. But not anymore. I'm tired of waiting.
You think you can find him?
I do. Your father often spoke of a city in the West. It's at least a good place to start looking.
Is she going to be all right?
And you'll come along and help me, right, Kashi?
This is it.
Right. Thanks for everything.
No, thank you.
Be careful, okay?
You too. Take care.
Even as I was leaving, I didn't know for sure if that decision was what was best for them. I found out what happened a little more than a year later. Ah,
Ginkgo!
Good afternoon. Welcome. What would you like?
Let me see.
your mother seems well. I was wondering about her.
Yep.
Did you find your father?
Yeah. He was in that city to the west. And he was living there with a different family.
Sure, I know him. He lives just down the road, that way.
There we go.
Mom! Why didn't you at least say something? Mom, why? On the way back, Mom walked silently, never saying a word. She just kept moving, never stopping to eat or sleep, until finally, Mom, you need to... Mom! Mom! She collapsed from exhaustion. After that, she remained asleep for the next several days. Morning already? Something was here. It just left. Mom, are you okay?
Well, of course I am. Why? What's wrong? I slept like a log. Looks like it's time to start making breakfast. Why are we here? What are we doing in this place, Kaji?
We're on our way back from vacation.
We are? What was that? What was that sound?
It's nothing. Why don't we eat something?
Yeah, good idea. I'm starving.
Yeah, me too. Hey, Mom. After we eat, let's go home. That morning when she awoke, she had forgotten almost everything. All that remained were memories of the house, a few personal effects, and me. Everything else was gone.
During the time that she was depressed, nearly all of her remaining memories were eaten away.
But still, she remembers. She remembers how to cook, and she's still never forgotten about me. She's going outside and making new memories and experiences every day, just like you said she should. Morning. But I really think she's enjoying herself each and every day.
Does she still have trouble sleeping?
Yeah. She stays up all night working at the loom, just like before.
I see. Same as always.
That's Mom, same as always. I'm home.
Welcome back. Dinner's almost ready. Go wash your hands and clean up, okay?
extra place again, Mom.
So I did, but why did I do that? It's just you and me. I don't know why I felt the need to do something like that. But for some reason, setting that extra plate makes me feel better. Why is that? I wonder.
We live in is filled with thousands upon thousands of caves. Legend has it that people who vanish into thin air are doomed to wander aimlessly within these caves forever, without their memories and without their souls.
A letter? All torn up again? I think it's about time for a new Udo. This one is old. Wait, this isn't addressed to me. Aya. Hello, Aya. How have you been?
Ginkgo. I was thinking the other day it was about time to replace your Udo.
Yeah, letters have been arriving cut off. And I'm getting other people's messages. So, you're still doing it, huh? You're still trying.
Wrong with that?
You know what? And if Jisama knew you were still obsessing about her like this, he'd be rolling over in his grave right now.
Ito's alive. Somewhere. I know it.
But there's no way to bring her back. Aya, let her go. Call it fate and leave it at that.
Aya, look. This cocoon, it's empty. Yeah, you're right. That's strange. What do you think happened to whatever was inside? Did it leave?
Aya, Ito, put that thing down right now. Listen, you mustn't pick up empty cocoons like that.
What? Why not?
If the pupa's gone, bad things crawl inside to take its place.
It's the elder from the main house. He's back. He's been here a lot lately.
Girls, I need you to come with me.
Ito, Aya, think back a moment. Do you remember Jisama, the old man who lives up in the mountains?
Chisama, who's that?
It's all right. You were only 2 years old when you met him last. Whenever children are born into this family, it is customary for Jisama to come and evaluate them for certain special traits.
Very interesting. It would seem both of these children are able to see the Uro in this jar. When they are 10 years old, I'll return, and then one child will come with me.
Jisama is an Uromori, a guardian. It's a tradition that has been passed down through the Tozawa family for generations. But until your birth, no one with promise has surfaced for many years. Thus it has fallen to you to keep the tradition alive. This isn't easy. And since your parents cannot decide, then I will. Which one of you is Aya, the younger sister?
That's me. Elder, please, let me go. No, what are you doing? It's all right. No, wait. If Ito's gonna go, well, then I'm going too.
Aya.
Very well. I can't imagine how difficult it must be to send one child away, let alone two. But if you think about it, this may be for the best. After all, Jisama is old. He probably doesn't have much longer to live. Once he does finally pass away, living alone in those mountains would be miserable. If they're together, it may help to ease the loneliness somewhat. But listen, it's not as though you'll never see them again.
You must always leave the door slightly open. If you don't, the Uro will swallow us up. Thank you for coming. Now please, make yourselves at home. Sit. I've waited a long time for this day. I was beginning to fear it would never come. And I certainly never expected 2 apprentices at once.
Tell me, have you lived alone here your whole life?
For the most part. Ever since the old woman I apprenticed under passed away, I don't get much in the way of company. Just the occasional mushi master who happens by. Until now, at least, their stories were really all I had to look forward to. Oh, yes. I thought I'd begin our time together by telling a few of them to you. I must have written down hundreds over the years. What do you say? Are you ready to get started?
Hey, you found another empty one. There's a lot here. We never had this many around our village.
Girls, tell me something. Do you know what tamama you are?
They're cocoons that have 2 pupa in them, right? And they're really big?
Correct. Now, I want you to go and find empty ones like that and bring them to me. They are essential. We couldn't do our work without them. A normal cocoon contains only 1 thread, useless for our purposes. But tamamayu are made by 2 pupa, so they consist of 2 threads. I unwind them and remake them into 2 cocoons. Since this makes its home much thinner, the Uro that lives inside becomes confused. so confused that it comes out of the cocoon. Aya, use that to scoop it up. Well done. Now just place the uro in here. Now it's sealed in. For the time being, the uro will only be able to travel back and forth between these two cocoons and nowhere else.
G-Sama, letter for you.
Ah, now then. Whose turn was it next? Remind me.
What's the letter say?
It's not addressed to me. Oftentimes it's a request to send a Mushi Master. Sometimes a personal letter from the Mushi Master's friend. Ah yes, here's the one. Mushi Masters never stay in one place for too long. They're not easy to locate. But if I put a letter into Cocoon 1, the uro will deliver it to the Mushi Master who has Cocoon 2, no matter where they may be. The cocoons work well for a while, but they need to be replaced every few years. That's because of the uro. Over time, it opens up an uro passageway inside the cocoon. Eventually, it penetrates its way through to a closed room somewhere, or even another letters stop being delivered reliably.
Uro are neat, don't you think so? Hey, G-Sama, do you think I can put the letter in next time?
Ito, Aya, listen, you must never underestimate the uro. Uro are mushi. Powerful mushi that can open up holes in our world. You must always treat them with caution. Many uro live in the mountains and forests that surround our home, and they breed wherever they can find an enclosed space. That's why you must never fully close any of the doors. If you happen to close a door by mistake, you must not open it. If you do, and the uro are inside, then you will be swept into an uro passageway, along with the escaping uro. These uro, they cannot survive very long at all outside of closed spaces.
What happens to you if you're sucked in?
You're condemned to wander inside the uro passageway for the rest of your life. Ah, yeah. Don't worry. That won't happen if you follow my instructions. I've lived to a ripe old age without an accident. Just remember, never close doors, and never...
Hey, Aya! Done with the laundry yet? Yes. That's great. G-Sama says we can play until dinner time then. Really? I'll put this up. Wait for me. Aya? Remember, don't shut the door. It's so nice outside today. Ito? Ito? You asleep? Don't lift it! Ito? It's my fault. Because I lifted the sheet. And because I didn't pin it to the clothesline tight enough.
Aya, you mustn't blame yourself.
Where's Ito? Where did she go? How can we bring her back?
I'm afraid that there's no way. Aya,
But there must be. find a way. I'm going to bring Ito back.
We were always together, playing, laughing. I never thought we'd be apart. It feels like it was only yesterday she was here.
Aya, you've been like this for 5 years, and you're still not sleeping or eating much, I can tell. You've got to think about yourself for a change. Would you like to enter the Udo? I'll go with you. You can see for yourself what the Udo passageway is like. What do you say? Over there. When Udo infest a tree that lies along a light pulse vein, the trunk swells up, like this. It's like an allergic reaction. Grab onto the chain and follow me.
So that's the passageway?
Yes, but just the end of one. Soon, we'll reach an Udo cavern.
Ginkgo, how did this... Who put this chain here?
There was another Mushi Masters for years. It's been said that some of them stayed too long and lost their memories, so I don't use it much. Hey, what's the matter? Aren't you coming? Of all these passageways, they say the one with the chain is the only one that leads back to the outside world. As for all the others, they connect to enclosed spaces somewhere and can't be opened from the inside. This is just one cavern. There are thousands of others just like it. Do you understand now? The chances that your sister even passed through here are slim. I'm sorry, Aya. But you're never going to find her, no matter what you do. Aya, let her go. You've had a hole in your heart for too long. Close it and start living again. Ito would want you to.
Ito? Is that you?
Several years later, a silk-producing village. It was an ordinary day, and weaving had just begun. When a girl suddenly emerged from a tiny cocoon, a girl who appeared to be 10 years of age and could not speak a single word.
Where did you come from? Somebody!
Come here! Quick!
Later, she was returned to her home village, whose name and location were on the letter in her breast pocket.
So, what else do you have?
This exquisite coat.
Ah, well, I've got to admit, it's lovely.
It's the handiwork of a painter who was very famous once. A one-of-a-kind item. Look at the detail. There's someone cooking in the mountains here. Sometimes when you look at it, it seems you can actually see the white smoke rising up in the design. You could almost imagine it's coming from the chimneys of people's homes, way up on the mountain.
So, have you ever seen them, Father? The people that live up in those mountains?
I think you're mistaken, son. No one lives up there.
But I always see lots of smoke rising.
It's probably just some hunters burning charcoal.
Maybe the mountain god who lives up there is cooking his dinner.
Gods cook too? Really?
Of course. How else are they going to eat?
Gods don't get hungry, sis.
Maybe he's heating his bath then.
Hey, you two. It's getting late. Run on home and get dinner started. I'll be along shortly, all right?
Okay,
Yes, sir! All right, come on.
Back then, there were mysterious things on the mountain. Today, it still looks much as it did when I was young, but it's no longer the same. When we were children, it was a magical place to live. So beautiful things wrapped in a soft cloth. Hey, what's this?
Just a little something I made so you'd look more respectable for your art teacher. It's woven from silk thread from the silkworms on the mountain, and it's dyed with plants that grow there too. Kai, if you can't return home for some time, I'll understand. And don't worry, Father will change his mind about your career. You'll see. Now, if you get lonely, just look at this coat, and it will remind you of home.
Thanks, sis. I will. And I will become a fine artist, I promise. I'll come back as soon as I can. Will Master ever let me paint? How many months has it been? Father, sis, I really miss you.
Hey, you there. Take these dishes, rinse them out.
Yes, sir. Looks like spring is finally here. Kai, I need you. Coming.
Is this your coat? This painting, whose work is it?
It's mine. Forgive me, Master. I wanted to paint so badly.
You're the one who painted this?
Yes.
I don't like it.
Master!
From here on, you'll be in the studio. Starting tomorrow. Not that there's much I can teach you.
Out of paint? Already? I was so close to finishing.
Sensei. So, how's it coming along? The delivery date is coming up soon.
Don't worry, I'll make it. Dead broke. What do I do now? I've borrowed and begged from everyone that I could. There's nothing left to sell.
It's not in the best condition. I can't give you very much.
Please! Can't you offer me a little more?
It's magnificent, truly magnificent. I applaud your master for recommending you for this job. It's amazing that someone with your talent is still an unknown. Yes, amazing. Tell me, do you think you could possibly paint another one like his wedding is coming up, you see? I need a wedding gift for him, and you need a way to expose your talents to others.
Yes, I'll get right on it. Wake up. Can't be sleeping right now.
That painting of yours was the talk of the wedding. Here, these are for you, my boy. Commissions for work. Thank you for doing me proud, and best of luck to you.
I did it! At last. I said I'd make it one day.
Master, here are today's orders.
Right. Leave them. I'll get to them later. More orders for work, eh? They keep piling up on top of each other. I can't keep up anymore.
I've never been so terrified in my life. This landslide was huge, gigantic. It was so big that it swept away an entire village. It was terrible. I'm lucky to be alive. This happened a few years ago out west, in the foothills of Mount something or other.
Foothills? No, it couldn't be, could it? Don't have time to worry about it right now. There are commissions to finish. I've got to keep working. I'm on the verge of making a real name for myself.
Ah, very nice. The work of a true master artist. However, and I beg your pardon, but I have to ask, have you not been feeling well?
Huh?
It's just that your previous paintings seem so full of life, but these recent ones, well, they're just not quite as vivid. I'm sure it's just a dry spell. All artists have them every now and then.
Damn it. What's wrong with me?
You appear to be suffering from fatigue. Take your medicine and get lots of rest. Besides, your customers won't mind waiting for an artist of your reputation.
Kai, how are you feeling? Take this, okay? It'll make you feel better.
Hey, sis. How many years has it been since you left to get married? You're doing well, I hope. How's Father? Has he ever forgiven me for leaving? Has it really been 10 years since I said goodbye and left the two of you? I'm sorry I've not kept in touch. I'm selfish, I know. I want to walk through our village again. Smell the mountain air and listen to the sounds of the streams. There's nothing to be afraid of. They're your family. I just want to see them. Then, maybe I'll be able to paint again, as well as I used to. Oh, no. It can't be. Auntie?
Is that... Kai?
What happened here?
Your sister wrote you a letter. You mean to tell me you didn't get it? I see. I'll take that as a no. 3 years ago, there was a terrible landslide. Homes, crops, people, animals, almost everything was swept away. We who survived got together and asked your sister to write you. We were hoping that since you had become a rich and famous artist, you would be able to help the village. We waited for a response, but it never came.
And Father and Sis? Where are they?
I'm sorry, Kai. I'm afraid your father was killed in the landslide. The following year, your sister died while giving birth to this child, your niece. Now, I say this for your own good. Leave this place, Kai, and never come back here.
He was a very popular artist, and his fame just kept growing. But one day he just up and left for parts unknown and never came back. This coat's a rare collector's item. The painting alone would fetch a good price.
Huh.
Well, what do you think?
The silk is thin, but unusually heavy, and it definitely smells of mushi.
I'm sure you could get a good price from that doctor who collects all those curiosities, don't you think? Well, how does this price sound to you?
It doesn't appear dangerous, but until I know the true nature of the mushi, I'd be taking a risk, so I can't ask him to pay a high price. I'll take it at half price.
You can't be serious.
Come on, you probably bought this as scrap cloth.
No, this is an investment, one that you could resell at a higher price.
I have no desire to deal with troublesome mushi. And besides, no mushi master in their right mind would fork over a fortune for something like this, my friend.
No, wait, listen. Maybe this will change your mind. It's been said that this mountain is located near the artist's hometown. An important clue. Won't this help your investigation?
Yes, at half price.
Okay, you win.
Master, I'm very sorry to hear about your family. But sir, the orders, you must come back.
No. I can't go back. I can't even paint anything anymore. When I hold the brush, nothing inspires me anymore. Nothing. The mountain, it looks so foreign to me, like it's out of place. Just like me in this village. I've become an outcast in my own home. Maybe it would be best if I moved away to some place where no one's ever heard of me. What's this? The taste of home. It's been too long. Well, what do you know? I don't feel dizzy for a change, and I have energy. Oh, hello there, Toya. Playing by yourself today, huh? I was bringing a gift to you and Granny. Where is she? In the house?
Granny no wake up day, she's cold.
What should we do about the child?
Doesn't she have relatives on her father's side? If I recall, they live far away, but she should go to them.
I'll do it. Please, let me raise her. She's my niece. I beg you.
Give her to you. This child is mentally and physically slow. Come now, artist. You can't raise her.
I can. I promise to give her a good home and love her. Don't send her away. She's the only family I have left. Toyo, can you help me hold this up for a second, please? Good girl.
That's not going to work. Here, let me show you. If you do it that way, it will topple right over.
Here you go. Be careful, don't spill it. Poor thing. She's fine.
It's Yari. Thank you for your hard work today, Kai. Here, these are for your niece.
Toyo's sure going to love these. It's back to normal. The mountain. It's back to normal. The smoke. But how? What is this?
Damn. Thought I was a goner there. I knew it. I should have never bought that thing.
What the? Who are you?
Me? No one that you need to worry about.
Wait, that's my old coat.
So, I've been searching for the mountain in this painting in the hopes I can find out more about the Mushi that live in the coat. I knew I had to be getting close when something strange happened when I set foot on the mountain. Why's the bag getting so heavy? What's happening? Thankfully, I was able to escape, but only after the Mushi had left the coat. Can't say I enjoyed the taste of that mud, though. That little mud bath gave me all the answers I needed. The Mushi that were in that coat were a type of Ubusana native to this region.
Ubusana?
Mushi unique to each region. They usually resemble mud, when they're in the ground, that is. But above ground, well, that's another story. There they take the form of smoke. I understand there was a big landslide here years ago. A large number of Ubusana were probably also swept away then. Some of those Ubusana must have found this coat, nested in it, and made it their home. And apparently, there were a lot of them inside their own region. So tell me something. This fabric, it was woven from local materials, wasn't it?
Yes. My sister. She made it completely from things she found on the mountain. When I was away, wearing it reminded me of the smell of home. For me, it was home.
Ubusana are attracted to the sense of their homeland. Thus, they tend to dwell mostly within the local plant life. However, when people eat those particular plants, they become hosts for the Ubusana as well. Even though they can be found everywhere, these Mushi aren't very powerful. In fact, if a host leaves the region, they lose their power altogether. But if they return to the region where they were born, their power returns, and they protect you for life from other minor Mushi that might do you harm.
Could the Ubusana affect a child's development? Make them slow, perhaps?
It's a possibility. If the child didn't get enough Ubusana when it was weaned from its mother, that could have caused it. If that was the case, there might be a cure, since a large number of Ubusana have now returned to the area. They'll be nesting in the plants again. With any luck, she might gradually catch up if you feed her plenty of local foods.
I understand. Say, you don't have any need for my coat anymore, do you?
I wish I could, but I've already promised it to someone else. Sorry.
Please! This coat means a lot to me!
All right. It's yours, but only under one condition.
Ah, a coat where a Busana live. Very interesting.
Yes, and once in a great while, smoke rises from the mountain in the painting.
Really? How long of a while?
Well, I'd say about once every 10 years or so.
I'll take it then. Ah, this painting. It's quite a work of art, I must say.
Yes. The work of an artistic genius who disappeared.
Oh, I can't wait to see the smoke.
Well, I almost drowned in mud. I guess I can be forgiven for this.
Paint? On this?
Yes, just like that. Do you still have some paint?
Yeah, I do. Let me go get them.
Hey, you're really good, Kai.
Mountain.
Right, Toyo. This mountain here, it's ours.
Paint some more, please.
Okay. I will.
Look at nothing. Thoughtlessly look at the sky. Sigh with regret at the mistakes that I've made. Harsh words we broke our hearts. You had gone away. I realized that living without you is not easy. The beneath flowers for honey knows to wait the sun for warmness. I'm no longer a childish child I used to be when I let you go. If we could turn back time, I promise I wouldn't be that foolish, and I'd love you quietly for days. I miss you so bad that I can truly have a happy smile. The feeling in my heart is like having the whole world but feeling empty, because you are my whole life. I've always thought that everyone are foolish when they are in love, and love was just a flame you because they love you. Wonder why you're falling apart, because we love each other so.
Say, Fuki,
Yes?
your contract with us goes through, what, next year?
Yes, that's right.
So, do you have any plans after that? Do you have a job waiting for you back home or anything?
No, not yet.
Well, would you... never mind. We can talk later. Oh, there's the first star.
Master Sejiro. Look at this.
At what?
There's a string hanging down from the sky.
A string?
Can't you see? Where's it come from? There's nothing to cry about. You'll wake up everybody in the house. Looks like we'll have to sleep outside. Now look, you see all the pretty stars? That's strange. That star, I wonder what happened to it. The one with the long tail, remember?
Just a moment. Did you really see this thing?
A long-tailed star? Why, yes.
Where was it and when?
That way, last night.
Can you be more specific?
There, I think. It went that way. It sort of zigzagged and flickered on and off as it moved.
Odd behavior for a comet. But if you're right, it'd be the find of... I'll discover it. You're Fuki, right? Well done, Fuki. As it turned out, I never found that star. Fuki had come to us as a nurse for my baby sister, who had a bad case of colic. Because of the strange things she used to talk about, like the star with the tail, most folks thought she was a little peculiar. Fuki!
We've looked everywhere, sir. There's no trace.
This is pointless. Such an ungrateful girl. She probably just got tired of working and
That's
ran
not
off.
true, Father. Fuki wouldn't run out on us like that. I told you what happened. She went to grab that string she saw hanging from the sky and vanished in front of my eyes.
Come now, young master. If you must make up a story, surely you could come up with something better than that.
But I'm telling the truth. Fuki, where in the world have you gone? What in the world?
What's this? Where am I? What happened? That man. Who is he? Why am I walking down a mountain path with him? And who am I?
There. Here, drink this. Come on, it'll help you get better. I can't spend the rest of my life looking after you, you know. You do want to get back to your old life, don't you?
Old life?
You mean you've lost your memory? That's just great. This is gonna be a problem. You've been exposed to the Mushi world in hours. Other people probably can't even see you. That white thread growing out of your hand, touching it was probably the cause of your condition. If we don't do something, you'll keep drifting away from humanity.
But what can we do? You seem to know a great deal about what's happened.
I don't know. But this is my profession, so I'll do my best. Oh, that's right. It's bitter. Your color's looking a lot better.
You think so?
Come on, let's go.
Where are we going?
We need to find a village. You'll recover faster if you're around other people. If your memory doesn't come back soon, you should stay at the nearest village until you're better. Now, let's see. Which way should we go?
What's that? There's something glowing in the ground.
I forgot you'd be able to see it in your condition. Take care. What you see is the River of Light.
What makes it glow?
It's filled with schools of koki, embryonic mushi, swimming together in the stream.
Mushi. They're the glowing things in the shadows, or that I see floating about in the air like living dust mites.
That's right.
Lovely.
Don't stare at it. The glow is deadly to the eyes. If you look at it too long, you won't be able to see sunlight anymore. There's a river of light in the sky, too, you know. Every night you can see it glimmering with the light of 1,000 stars. Look at that instead.
Oh, you're right. It's like a reflection of the other.
Yes, but not as dangerous. Don't confuse the one for the other.
I slept so well last night. The little mistress didn't cry at all for a change. Oh, thank goodness.
What's wrong?
Oh no! I have to get back.
Wait, you mean your memories returned?
There! My village lies at the foot of that mountain.
My word. You're Fuki, aren't you? The girl who disappeared.
I don't believe it.
Incredible.
Where have you been? I was in the mountains.
We searched the mountains from top to bottom. Where were you hiding?
I wasn't. I was by the river. When I tugged on a string I saw dangling down from the sky. After that, everything went black, and when I came to, I was in the mountains. That's all I know.
There she goes again with that talk. Did you run away and come back because you were frightened? If so, it's too late for you now. The master is...
But I...
Fuki!
Seichiro!
Are you alright?
Yes.
What happened?
I was lost. This man, he saved me.
There's no way I can begin to repay you. Please, won't you stay the night at my house? Come on, Fuki. Let's go home.
But I can't. They said you'd... hired someone.
No, I want you to come back home as my bride. I've been waiting for you to come back to ask you. Is it all right?
Are you out of your mind? I won't allow it.
Sorry, I was detained.
Are you all right? Things sounded a little tense.
Well, I didn't expect him to approve right away. Now then, what did you want to see me about?
I want you to tell me about Fuki's disappearance.
Well, it's a little hard to believe. That day, Fuki said she reached up, as if grabbing something. At that moment, I swear to you, she was whisked up into the sky and vanished from sight. No one believes me, of course. Until I saw it with my own 2 eyes. I never believed Fuki's stories. I thought she was imagining it, just like everyone else.
She wasn't. It's a Tempenguza. A Mushi that lives high up in the sky.
Mushi?
Yes. They're born from darkness, and they gather in the gloom at the borders with the light. Fuki said she could see them in the shadows, or floating in the air like particles of dust. Very few have the gift of seeing them, but they exist in every corner of our world.
And you can see the same things Fuki does?
I can. In fact, it's how I make my living.
You know, I envy you.
Do you? Careful what you wish for. Fuki was a lucky woman, but she's still under the Mushi's influence and could be in great danger. Gusa appears as a balloon-like object with a tail that floats through the sky above the Komyaku, the underground river of light. It feeds on other luminescent airborne Mushi. At night, it resembles a comet drifting through the heavens. Because of this, These Mushi have also been called the Wayward Stars.
It went that way. It sort of zigzagged and flickered on and off as it moved.
Occasionally, when there isn't enough food in the sky, the Tenpengusa will extend a tendril down near the ground like a fishing line. It looks like a string. When an animal touches it, it's pulled skyward. If it's too large to swallow, the Mushi spits it out, and it falls back to the ground. Usually, the intended victim is killed when it strikes the earth. Fuki was lucky. She landed in a tree and it cushioned her fall. But because she was almost swallowed, she is still deeply under the Mushi's influence. That's why you couldn't find her when you searched the mountains. She turned into something the normal human eye couldn't see. I've been giving her this medicine, and it's helped a lot. But she's still not cured. By trapping her between our world and the Mushi's, her condition is delicate. She needs more than this medicine to be normal once again. She has to want to be normal. Her desire to be human must be stronger than the pull of that string. It's up to you to make her feel that way. Or you could just tell me to mind my own business.
No. I'll take your advice. Are you sure you can't stay longer?
Thanks. But it's past time for me to be moving on.
Well, please be sure to stay in touch, because we'll be having our wedding soon. We'd be very honored if you'd attend.
Me? That's very kind, but you don't have to.
Please. You made the whole thing possible, Ginkgo.
All right then. Fine. If you insist, I'll stop by. Soon after, I received a letter. It was from Seijiro. He was desperate. Fuki had disappeared again. What went wrong?
Ginkgo, thank goodness. No matter how many times I implored him, my father wouldn't give us his blessing. I begged him to change his mind every day. The longer it dragged on, the more miserable Fuki became. At the same time, Fuki's body seemed to grow lighter, until even the slightest breeze would send her floating up into the air. Soon, she was unable to stay on the ground, no matter what she did. Fuki! You've got to come down from there!
I'm trying, I swear to you, but I don't know how!
Listen to me, please. I'm sure Father will come around soon. But if he sees you like this...
I'm sorry, but I can't control it. It just happens.
All right. Now just stay there. I've got to go and get your medicine.
I will.
Then, one day... Fuki! Fuki! She was gone. I haven't seen her since.
Didn't I tell you?
Tell you, I tried! I wanted my family to accept her. I did! But the way she was, I couldn't.
And there's the problem. You couldn't bring yourself to accept her, could you? And because of your rejection, Fuki's human form faded away.
Faded away?
She's still here. You just can't see her anymore.
That's just ridiculous.
If you don't want to lose her forever, you must accept her the way she is.
Accept her? I can't even see her. So, how...
You're the only chance she has left. Listen, right now, you are all that ties her to our world. But just barely.
supposed to do. Fuki.
Much time looking at the stars.
I'm not sure I know. I guess because no matter how crazy the day is or what my worries are, the stars are always there at night. They never let me down. I find that very comforting for some reason.
I understand. When the little mistress is crying and won't stop and I feel down, I take my mind off it by counting the stars. That's why I feel so lonely when the sun comes up. One by one, the stars vanish. Before you know it, there isn't a single one left. It's sad. Where do the stars all go during the daytime, I wonder?
That's silly, Fuki. The stars don't go anywhere. They're still right there in the sky.
Are you sure?
Of course I am. The sunlight's far too strong for us to see them, but they're up there, the same as they are at night.
So they don't go anywhere. Even though we can't see them. They're still up there shining for us.
Fuki.
No one in the village had ever seen anything quite like it before. A hastily arranged wedding with a groom, but no bride. What's more, the groom behaved as if there was nothing unusual, and his new wife was by his side.
Or maybe you're over here.
Needless to say, his behavior quickly led people to gossip that he had lost his mind. Then, soon after, he set up house alone on the edge of the village. As always, he continued to talk with his absent wife as if she was still there. Eventually, the villagers got used to it and stopped coming by to gawk. But, as time passed,
Seijiro!
Hey, that girl, isn't that?
soon, everyone could see Fuki. From then on, they say Fuki remained by her husband's side. Her mysterious disappearances ceased and were eventually forgotten.
Oh, you. Back again, eh, Ginkgo?
Tama?
And your work? How's it been going?
Still the same, I guess. So how's Tanya been?
Just like you, the same. Still writing. She's resting at the moment, though, so please keep your voice down. Are you here to view the archives again?
Yes.
Wait here for a moment, please. What would you like to see today?
Well, I'm caught up on most of the work of the past generations, so...
Then you're already at Miss Tanya's generation. I'm impressed.
Thank you.
One more thing. The cigars of yours, give them to me.
I'm not going to smoke in here.
Sorry, but I can't take any chances, Ginkgo. The archives are priceless. The scrolls here are more than just guides to sealing away Mushi. You haven't forgotten that now, have you?
No, of course not. The collected wisdom of Mushi Masters, passed down through the generations. Indeed, these archives are priceless. All the more so because of their reason for being here.
Forward. Circumstances regarding the birth of Tanyu, daughter and fourth-generation scribe of the Karibusa family, as recorded by Tama Manai, Mushi Master to the Karibusa family.
Are you certain?
Yes, there's no mistaking it. She has the birthmark. She is the fourth-generation scribe. Miss Tanyu, where are you?
No! For once, I want to play outside like other kids. Why is studying how to read and write all I ever do? And why does my leg look so straight and why won't it move?
I am sorry, child. Your life has not been easy. And these questions of yours do deserve answers. You're old enough to understand now. Come, I'll tell you everything. To begin with, that birthmark on your right leg is a remnant of a Mushi sealed away inside you. My family and yours have been connected for generations. It was my Mushi Master ancestors who sealed forbidden Mushi away in the body of your ancestor.
Forbidden?
Yes. To understand, we must first go back to the beginning. Back then, flora and fauna lived in harmony with Mushi. Where flora and fauna flourished, so too did Mushi alongside them. Where they died off, the Mushi did as well. Once upon a time, a terrible catastrophe struck the land, killing flora, fauna, and Mushi alike. It was then that they first appeared, a type of Mushi never before encountered. One that attempted to erase all other forms of life.
What was it like?
There are no records. All I know is a story that my family has passed down. Your ancestor was pregnant when my ancestor sealed the forbidden Mushi inside of her. She managed to survive, but there was a side effect. Her body turned as black as coal. The Mushi continued to live inside her body until the very end, when, sadly, your ancestor died giving birth to her child. Since then, once in every few generations of the Karibusa family, a child is born with a coal-black birthmark, a reminder of the Mushi sealed within.
You mean the Mushi are alive inside of me? Does that mean that I'm gonna die too?
I will not let that happen to you, Tanyu. I promise you that. You have the power to put those Mushi to sleep, not just for a while, but forever, and I will help you do it. When you have more fully mastered the scribe's art, we will pack up the collected knowledge recorded by our ancestors. We will establish a new archive, and there we will bury the forbidden Mushi forever. When that is done, your black birthmark will disappear, your afflicted leg will heal, and you'll finally be able to walk on it at long last, eradicating those Mushi. You will be the one to finally free your family from their curse. Miss Tanyu, this is our new home.
That old dream again. How odd. And so I began to learn the process of how to put the Mushi to sleep under Tama's instruction. It was a little surprising at first.
You must write down everything I'm about to tell you, word for word, note for note, all of it, Miss Tanyo.
Tama told me stories about Mushi and her experiences slaying them as a Mushi master. They seemed like the stuff of fantasies, but they were all true. There were so many stories. One day she might regale me with tales of Mushi roundups, accompanied by her distinct dramatic flair, of course. And on the next, tell sad stories by lantern light, fascinating stories of faraway lands and strange people. However, whenever I wrote her stories down,
Tama, are the Mushi leaving my body? Is that why it hurts?
That's correct. Writing down the stories of how I slew Mushi in the past. That's what kills the Forbidden Ones coursing inside you. I realize it's painful, but you must bear it, Tanyo.
Tama, because of my family, your fate was sealed to become a Mushi master, wasn't it? You could have had a different life, a happier one. Instead, you've had to take care of me. You must hate me sometimes because of that.
If I ever had any ill will, it completely disappeared the moment I laid eyes on you the day you were born. Miss Tanyo, I am grateful to you and your family.
Let's continue. Tell me more.
Are you sure, miss?
Yes. I'll be fine.
The pain. Tama did all she could to ease it, but it was something I had to learn how to deal with over time. Eventually, Tama exhausted her stories, so she began to invite other Mushi masters to tell theirs. And I heard them all.
There was only one sure way to wipe out the vermin Mushi. I found its natural enemy and contained in this vial. I released a large number of them in the area. Within a month, you could not find one vermin Mushi. Afterwards, I destroyed those other Mushi as well. You can't have too many of their species around, after all. But not to worry. They were easy to dispose of. I knew exactly what to do.
It didn't matter who was telling the story. They were all about one thing. Killing. The pain in my leg was nothing compared to the immense pain I felt in my heart. This killing was the result of arrogance toward these tiny life forms, and the unfounded fear of things different from what's familiar. No one ever said as much, but I could sense it. I wanted the killing to stop.
Without killing them? I don't know of such stories. Look, you're just a child. You've never come face to face with Mushi before. Only an experienced Mushi master should say such.
He was right, of course. Perhaps I was out of line. I began to feel like there was nothing I could do to change things.
Excuse me, miss. Are you one of the Karibusas?
Yes.
I thought so. I was told that no one else lives out in these parts. Oh, that must be the black birthmark I've heard so much about.
You must be a Mushi master.
I understand that you collect stories about Mushi, and in exchange, one gets to peruse the Karibusa archives, right?
Sorry, I'm not in the mood. I've heard more than enough tales about killing Mushi, thank you.
Ah, stories without killing. Well then, this is your lucky day. I know a few of those.
Yes, but I doubt they'd be of much use.
Fine, if you don't want me to tell you about the Mushi that eat moles.
Moles?
Hmm? Oh no, it's nothing.
Go on, tell me. I want to hear all about those Mushi. Normally, any Mushi master that passes through these doors must get Tama's permission first. To be honest, she probably wouldn't approve of you, so let's just say we keep this between you and me.
Incredible.
Listen, you have to be very careful how you handle the documents here. There's a dangerous species of Mushi laying dormant in the character strings.
Yeah, I've heard about that. The Forbidden Mushi. Don't worry, I'm pretty hard to kill. This place, it's like a gold mine for Mushi masters.
Yes, that it is. But everything in here is a record of killing and death. Let's change that. I want to hear about people and animals in Mushi living together in harmony. I'll arrange things with Thomas so you can come here from time to time. All you'd have to do, if you don't mind, is talk to me.
My pleasure.
Miss Tanyo? Oh, you're already awake, I see.
Yes.
Feel like company? Ginkgo's here.
Then I shouldn't keep him waiting.
Huh. Is that Bookworm in here too? The character strings are coming apart. It's happening, isn't it?
Ginkgo?
Tama, bookworms are hatching. They're eating the paper. They're breaking the seal.
Oh no. Miss Tanyo!
What's the matter?
The Mushi! They've broken through the seal! They're escaping! And they're headed straight for you!
This isn't looking good.
Don't worry. There's no way they can escape this room. So you're still alive. I'm surprised.
Yeah, so am I. They sure don't move like they've been dormant for centuries.
Not then. I was talking about you, Ginkgo.
Like I said, I'm hard to kill. So, can you return these things to the way they were?
Don't worry about my sleeve. Tama.
Here.
The character strings have stopped moving.
Careful now, that's a special sticky paste. The room's walls and ceiling are coated with it. Volume 1853, Chapter 1. Chapter 2.
These writings, you know them by heart.
Well, whether there are bookworms or not, all paper will eventually disintegrate, Ginkgo. From time to time, I have to recopy the texts. Memorization is important. Of course, reconfiguring the text can be difficult while the character strings are trying to wiggle away. But at the same time, I find it entertaining as well.
These infernal Mushi have more or less become Miss Tanyo's pets.
Yes, well, they can be rather cute in their own way.
Do you think it's safe to keep so many Mushi here?
It's all right. Besides, I'd have much more trouble making copies without them.
That's quite a...
My family's legacy. After all, this is what I was born and raised to do.
And so, as generations before her had done, there lived a woman drowning in a sea of written characters. The end.
I know that story. Tell me another, please.
You know, I think we should call it a day.
Come on, not yet. Less than half of what you told me will be useful for sealing away Mushi.
You had a hard day yesterday. Don't overdo it.
Sure, all right. Ginkgo, will you stay with me until I finish?
Of course. so there lived a woman who was ravaged by Mushi. But instead of hate, she treated them with love and sealed them away forever without doing any harm. The end.
Is Miss Tanya done?
Yes, she's resting.
Ginkgo. I'm okay. I don't want to rest. Instead, I want to go outside. Will you take me there, please? This leg of mine. Sometimes I wonder if I'll ever get to use it. I've waited so long.
Sure you will. Your birthmark, it's...
A little at a time. If I don't lose it before I die, my descendants will inherit the birthmark and carry on the curse. As it's always been. For generations now. Who knows? Maybe I'm not the one. Maybe I'm not destined to end it.
What if you are? Your leg, what will you do if it heals?
Well, I'd like to travel with you some. Maybe see all the different Mushi you told me about. Who knows? Even if it did heal, I'd be an old lady before I could use it. I was just kidding.
Let's do it. That is, of course, assuming I'm not dead by then. It's a deal. Easier said than done. I could be swallowed whole by a Mushi tomorrow.
Oh, please. I thought you were supposed to be hard to kill.
True. But I'm just saying.
I'm not worried.
On the day of my marriage, my wedding party and I passed through the forest north of here. I think that must be where I picked it up. I didn't see it at first. A small green stain on my headdress. My mind was on other things. I didn't notice it till well after the ceremony. I didn't like to look at it. There was something repulsive about it. The following year, our first child, Wataiko, was born. Please, you must help him. Since these spots have appeared, he's grown weaker and weaker, and all I can think of is that green stain.
Forgive me, but I have to ask you. Your child, when he was born, was he the shape of a normal baby?
No. He wasn't human. He wasn't even a beast.
I never thought I'd be invited back to that house, but barely 3 months later, I returned.
Ginkgo! Thank goodness you've come.
I read your letter. Is there still time?
Yes. Hurry to the house. Please forgive me. I was going to do it. I really was, but I just...
It's fine, I understand. I'm glad that you told me. It's strange. I really didn't think it would come to this so quickly.
Yeah. He's been growing at such an incredible rate, it's frightening.
Your child, when he was born, was he the shape of a normal baby?
Aki, are you all right? I'll tell it from here. Like she said. No,
he wasn't human. He didn't make a cry or a sound. He was nothing but a shapeless green mass. Aki!
It's getting away!
Then it was gone. It slipped underneath the house and disappeared without a trace. My wife had wanted a child so badly, but that seemed impossible now, so she spent all her time shut up in the house. Then, a year later, do you hear that noise? What is it? Do you think that someone abandoned him?
No, look at him. See, this is our baby. He's come back to us.
He does look a lot like Aki.
Don't you see? He's become human.
I was scared, but I chose to believe it was so. That child, Watayako's growth was amazing. He liked to eat fresh fish and fruit, and in a little over 6 months, he was the size of a 3-year-old boy. But his mind remained that of an infant. He didn't show any feelings or learn to speak. Even so, as he grew to resemble us more and more, I started to become attached too. Until one night. Stupid kid. What a racket. Hey, come on, get out of here. Sure. There was another child under the house, just as before.
Why, it's amazing. He looks exactly like Watayako. I suppose he must be ours too somehow. I wonder, do you think there'll be more?
You shouldn't say things like that. But there were more. Watayako continued to multiply. Another sprouting up every 6 months. Again and again. But I couldn't find anything out of the ordinary. And now, since the beginning of the year, our eldest son's been growing sicker, starting with those green spots. He's so weak, he sleeps for half the day. And the spots seem to be spreading. His doctors told me there's no hope for him. And then, someone told us about people like you.
I'm sorry. Even a Mushi master is helpless in a case like this. He's reached the end of his lifespan. There's a Mushi known as a Watahaki. It looks something like green cotton in appearance and floats through the air. It enters the body of a pregnant woman and becomes a parasite on the ovum, destroying it. The mother then gives birth to it in the form of a gelatinous ooze, which quickly escapes through the floors or into the ceiling. 6 months later, it sends a fungus in the shape of a baby, called a hitotake, back to the parents. Your son's rate of growth matches the records of a hitotake exactly. But, to be sure, I'm going to need to take a look underneath your house. Thanks, but I won't need a light. There it is. And it's enormous.
Possible. I looked, there's nothing there.
Take a good look at this dirt in the sunlight. The hitotake are connected to the main mass of the Watahaki by slender filaments. They're merely extensions of the mushi. They gather nutrients for the main body, like the roots of a plant.
I see.
That child is at the end of his existence. Soon he'll disintegrate. When he does, he'll cough up a cloud of spores. Before that happens, we have to kill him.
Are you out of your mind? Do you think we called you here so you could murder my baby? Save him! Save him from this monster, this mushi, or whatever you call it!
There's no child left for me to save. Those children are actually Mushi, wearing the skin of your child as a disguise. What's more, it was they who killed your unborn child in the womb, in order to take its place. Please, try to understand. I'm sorry. It's all right to hate me. I'm surprised you persuaded your wife.
Me too. And she hasn't spoken to me since then. We cared for him as our own son for 3 years. Who can blame her? Listen, she wants you to leave the other children with us. Please. I want you to as well. At least for now. They're harmless until they start to have symptoms. I beg you, leave them alone. I'll take care of them. You don't have to worry. When the time comes, I'll kill the next 2 before they leave any spores. Just leave them with us.
But the lifespan of a Watahaki can be anywhere from 10 to 30 years long. And during that time, the cycle will repeat itself. Do you see what I'm saying? You don't know how many more of these children you may have to kill. Can you do this?
I can. I swear to you.
Tell me something. You said before you were afraid of them. So why do you say now you want to raise them?
Because I don't want my wife to suffer any more than she has. Aki adores those 4 children. If we lose all of them at once, I don't know what would happen to her. Many years ago, she married into the family of a wealthy shopkeeper from a town beyond the mountains. She gave birth to the expected heir, and all was well. But before the boy was even a year old, he died of some minor illness. So her first husband divorced her. It isn't fair, it's just cruel.
In the past, as soon as they were identified, all Watahaki children were killed. And as a result, the main body died off. There's no record of more than 2 children surviving, at least not until now. Who knows? These children may never develop the expected symptoms.
We can't.
Maybe. It's hard to say. But it'd be hasty to kill the others. Besides, I just don't want to do it. I have reasons I can't stay here any longer. But I'll be back in 3 months to check in on you. If anything happens, send me a letter. The letter came shortly before 3 months had passed.
There he is. He came. It's him. We're going to be killed. No, it'll be all right. Don't worry.
Watahiko.
That man is coming.
Yes. My wife has agreed. We're raising something unnatural. The time has come to honor our agreement with you. Aki, Ginko is here.
Welcome. Thank you for coming.
It's all right.
Ginko, this way.
Right.
Ginko! You're awake.
What a life.
There's no way I can tell you how sorry I am. I'll keep her locked in our bedroom until you're finished here.
Uh-huh. You do that.
I thought she understood. I was a fool.
So I gather the situation has changed since last time.
Yes, I was going to tell you before, but then the children, they're not just developing physically anymore. For instance, one time I saw my fourth son peeling chestnuts just as I had taught my second son. I had only recently taught the older boy this. Did the younger learn by copying? They seem to be gradually getting smarter.
Oh dear, did you get caught out in the rain? I'll get you a change of clothes, alright?
Daddy, I'm hungry.
Hucky, he talked. He talked. Well, all right then, little man. Let's get you something to eat. But then our second son developed the same symptoms as the first.
We just lost his older brother. We can't lose him too.
We have to. We promised. It's our duty to kill him.
Daddy, I don't want to die. Please don't kill me. I want to live. Save me, Daddy.
He's become too much like a real person. I can't do it. Not even to take revenge for the death of our real baby.
How is this possible? It suddenly learned how to think. No, it must have always been able to. Perhaps it sensed danger when the oldest died, and that triggered this new behavior. And anything one learns is transmitted to all of them. Each of them is connected to the main body of the Mushi. They all receive information for 5 people at once. That's how they learn so quickly. But are they human in any way? No. They're a fungus in human form that thinks.
We felt we're going to be killed. We have to protect the spores. I'm sure there was a way. We've forgotten. We've forgotten. When we learned human things, we lost our memory of how to protect the spores. What was it? What was it?
How do you feel?
Well, I can sit up at least.
That's good. I'm glad.
Your second son, he's in the back?
Yes.
Very well then. I'm leaving, but before that, I'm going to kill the base. And I'm sorry, but I'm going to have to take the remaining children with me. I can't leave them with you any longer.
Please don't kill me. Can't you save me? I don't want to die.
Give it up. Kill people's children to survive.
But that isn't our fault.
It's not our fault either. However, we're stronger than you are. That's why you're going to die without leaving any spores.
I see. Well then, it seems we have no choice. Let's do it. Let's do it.
Damn it! They're going to burn the whole house down. Of course. Now I see what they're doing.
We got the idea from the scrolls you brought along with you. Normally we'd be able to do this without having to think. We must protect the spores. This way, we win.
Ginkgo! Don't come this way. Get out!
Wataiko! We have to get the children out!
The children are the ones who set the fire.
Get out of my way!
They'll do anything to protect their spores. That's the kind of creatures they are.
They're not creatures! They're my children!
Taki!
Wataiko!
Watahaki is threatened, it releases the Itotake from the base. That way, the spores can escape. The Itotake then change their form and go into a long hibernation. I have no idea when they'll awaken. In any event, until that time comes, I'll leave it with the two of you.
I understand. We'll care for it always.
What was that thing you gave them?
A chunk of mineral. It was part of my supplies. Rather pricey, too.
Why did you do that? You sure are an odd creature.
Look who's talking. Why aren't you hibernating? All the records say that's what you should be doing now.
Because I'm not sleeping. What about you? Why don't you kill me now while you have me here helpless?
Because I've got till the end of my life.
Like I said, an odd creature.
That's enough out of you. Go to sleep already.
Right. No clouds in my sight. Feels like everything's right. Laughter in the air. Clear blue everywhere. All my worries just tear apart like a paper crown. All the days not stormy. Everything is so warm, yeah, yeah. Feel the light in my heart now. Nothing can bring me down. Raindrops won't fall. Sunshine stands tall. In life we have it all in this perfect town. Birds sing melodies, soft breeze in the trees. Moments like these, please, let's just keep spinning round. Oh, the day is not stormy. Everything is so warm, yeah, yeah. Feel the light in my heart now. Nothing can bring me down. Raindrops won't fall. Sunshine stands tall. Life we have it all in this perfect town.
This is my last request. Please give birth to me. I want to meet you all over again. I do. And I want to look at this lovely ocean once again, next to you.
So, who is he? I don't know. I'm not about the Umanohushi. What? Really? Yes. I wonder how he heard about them.
Perfect. Came all this way and absolutely nothing to show for it. These islanders sure are tight-lipped. Well, guess I'll just take it slow. That strange glow. What is it? It's too bright to be sea fireflies, and too dim to be the glow of fishing lanterns.
I don't know. I'm not sure what they are.
Ah, so you can see them.
So tell me, do you know much about things like that?
Well, yes. It's how I make my living.
Mommy! It's time to make dinner. Grandpa's back. It's the stranger.
You're welcome to stay with us if you like. With all the snakes around, it's not safe to camp here.
We have company.
Now that's a rarity. Who's this guest, Mana? Tell me.
Her name is Isana.
Oh, right. Forgive me, Mio.
Unless it clouds up, I don't think you'll see them again tonight. They disappear whenever the moon is out.
Oh. Huh.
Ginkgo, I've heard you've been asking about the Umina Oshi. Is that true?
It is. Know anything?
Look, out there. The glow always appears near those two rocks, and only when the sky is moonless. Below those rocks lies an underwater trench. Everyone on the island calls it the Dragon Shrine. Many people have lost their lives in that spot. It's a short death, though. Somehow they're reborn looking exactly the same. Ginkgo, did Isana...
You mean that...
Isana. She's my daughter and the Umina Oshi of my mother. Father! Father, don't do this. Please. She's still alive.
Mio, I have to. No one's ever survived this disease before. She won't come back unless we submerge her while she's alive. You know that.
Don't do it!
I'm sorry, Mio. I'm afraid to die. Going away forever and ever terrifies me. Please understand that your father and I do this so I can come back. This is what I want. Let me do this.
Mother. Mother!
Mio, tomorrow is the day. The full moon is finally here. Please do it. I'll never ask you for another favor. Don't you want to see your mother again? Miss her terribly. We want Mana to return to us, don't you? I know it hasn't been easy for you losing both your husband and then your mother. You've been through a lot, dear. But just think, if you have a child, you'll have something to live for again. Please, Mio. This can't work without you.
Very well. If seeing that child will make you all feel better, then I guess it's my duty. I'll give birth to it. But the child is no longer my mother. You have to promise me that you won't call her Mana.
Just one will do.
Anyone, huh?
Yes, I'm not sure how it happens, but if a person swallows it, it eventually becomes a child. And in a month, it develops into the person we submerged.
It might be hard to believe, but that's exactly how Isana was born.
You mentioned your child.
No, that's impossible. My husband died a full 2 years before Isana was born. Ginkgo, I want to know what that child is. I have to know.
not really sure yet. But your daughter appears to be human to me. Plus, you were pregnant and gave birth to her. For now, just think of her as a child that looks a lot like her grandmother, and nothing more.
Mio? What's the matter? Can't fall asleep? Mommy has that problem sometimes. Want to know what I do? I close my eyes and imagine that I'm a big fish in the ocean, swimming back and forth very slowly. Then I start to go deeper and deeper, and the water gets bluer and bluer. And before I know it, I'm asleep, just like that.
Mommy? What's the matter?
Oh, it's nothing, sweetie. You get back to sleep, okay?
Yep, that's right. They tell me I'm the Uminaoshi of my grandmother. There are lots of people like that here. See? That little girl's one too. When she was sick, she was bitten by a snake and almost died. But then she got reborn. Same thing with that woman over there. She had only been married for a short time when she got attacked by a shark. She was reborn too. Her husband had to wait nearly 20 whole years to marry her again. Just look. The reborn and their loved ones are living happy lives now.
What about you? Are you happy?
When people call me Mana, it's confusing. But Mommy never calls me that. I'm so happy to have her for a mother. And I'm so happy that I can live here forever and ever. I love it here. I really do.
I don't see anything. But still, it's not safe to wait until the next full moon.
So does that mean you're going to stay with us until then?
Sure does.
It's so lovely. Look.
An island where people can be reunited with their lost loved ones. A place where no one ever truly has to say goodbye. In that sense, at least, this is paradise. But still,
There's a slight resemblance. Well, that's what I used to tell myself when she was a baby. After all, I didn't know what my mother looked like when she was a child. I didn't have a clue. But then everything changed when Isana grew older and got bigger. Little by little, bit by bit, her looks, her personality, even her facial expressions began to resemble the mother I knew and loved. My mother is gone. I know that. But Isana looks just like her, and she calls me mother. I may have given birth to her and raised her, but
they're coming from the Dragon Shrine. Those globules. It's just a guess at this point. think they're created by some sort of mushi. I can't say for sure, and I have nothing definitive yet. When you consider, I found human embryos inside them, the beginning form of life for every one of us. Someone swallows a globule and they become pregnant. They then give birth to a child virtually identical to the loved one they submerged at sea. That suggests these mushi can return people to their embryonic states.
So does that mean Isana?
That girl, she is physically identical to your deceased mother. And from here on, she's going to resemble her more and more. However, she was born and raised by you, Mio. She may look just like her, but she cannot turn into your actual mother. In fact, as far as Isana is concerned, you are every bit her mother.
I see. So, that's how it is. I guess I'll find a way to be strong.
I was thinking about leaving tomorrow if a boat's available. To get any more involved, I might begin to question if I could ever leave this island. I don't have any right to take away your happiness, or anyone else's.
Thanks, Kinko. Thank you. When Mommy's about to die, I'm going to do the same thing she did for me. I'm going to give birth to her. So that way we'll be together forever. I couldn't live without Mommy.
We'd better wait and see what the weather's going to do today. It could be a typhoon.
I guess I don't have any choice.
Sounds like the storm's getting worse.
It's loud. I sure hope it doesn't keep you awake all night.
Oh, don't worry. I know a good way to fall asleep, Mommy. First, I close my eyes. Then I imagine that I'm a big fish in the ocean swimming back and forth very slowly. Then I start to go deeper and deeper, and the water gets bluer and bluer, and things start to get darker and darker as I head towards the bottom of the ocean. Then, before I... Mommy?
I'm sorry, sweetie. I'm fine. Just thirsty. Stay here. I'll be right back. Be strong. Be strong. It's going to get swept away.
My boat! It's missing! You don't.
Oh! Over there! Mio!
Isana! No! Wait! Don't go near that glow! It'll eat you alive!
Don't be so hasty. We do this cautiously.
Right. Mommy! Hold on! Isana! Stay away! Please!
No! Wait! Isana! Now there's a thought. But me, not a chance. Instead, it'd be more like a bad joke. What? They're letting go.
We need to get out of the water.
The storm. It's past. Why did the Mushi let go so suddenly? So that's it. The moon. The moon is out. I'll admit I don't know much about these particular Mushi, but I'll share my theory with you. That weird glow, that's how they lure people in. They eat them and reach just their nature. These Mushi have a particular diet. They feed on the length of time a person lives. Anyway, I'm sure both of you had figured this out already on your own. And as for your other issues, give it time. I'm sure you'll work them out. As for you, you jumped right into that water without a second thought. Thanks for scaring the daylights out of me.
I'm sorry.
That was dangerous. Even if they'd eaten your mother, you would have seen her again when she was reborn, you know.
Yes, but they would have eaten up all the time Mommy had lived, wouldn't they? I couldn't let that happen to her. I'd be so lonely. But even so, I think I'd rather see Mommy die than give her entire lifetime away to someone else.
You think just like I do. And that's just what I'd expect from my daughter.
Umina Oshi. They'll continue to occur here on the... After all, they help put the dying at ease. They fill the void in the hearts of their loved ones who are left behind. But perhaps being able to die without that hope, at least here, is one of life's... I could have sworn I heard something. A strange sound echoing through the icy air of these hills. Was it just my imagination? No. There it is again. It's coming from over there. Is that a woman? Rust. What's going on here? It stopped. So when did the illness first appear in this town?
I'd say it was about 14 years ago. Since then, those afflicted complain about their skin. It appears healthy but is unnaturally hard in places. There is also a loss of mobility in the arms and legs. Many suffer from it. By far the worst case is an old friend of mine. He's so far gone that he can't even get up anymore.
Where is this friend of yours?
He and his wife live on the western edge of town. Their daughter lives there as well. The townspeople believe that she is the cause of the illness. Her name is Shige. Ever since she was born, everyone around her has come down with the illness one after another. I know that may sound strange, but it's the truth. For the past 14 years, we've desperately tried to find the cause of all this. But years ago, the girl stopped talking. Since then, everyone has grown suspicious of her.
Here, that's for this month. I really don't understand the Master. I know he's good friends with your parents, but I don't see why he takes pity on you. I wish he'd use that money to give us a raise instead. My, that's a pretty big hole, isn't it? Sorry, that's the only bag I have.
Shige, here you go. Use this. The townspeople never get tired of it, do they? You should give them a piece of your mind sometime. Those rumors are all lies, right? And even if they were true, it's not like you wanted your family and friends to get sick. About 2 years ago, a storm destroyed my village. Most of my family and friends were taken by it. That's why I decided to come here, to earn the money we used to rely on my father for. I did what I had to do to survive. Like you. You have my respect for that.
Hey, I'd like to ask you a few things about that girl.
You another one of those doctors called in by the Master? I don't know anything. She won't talk to me either.
Tetsu! What's keeping you? Sorry, I'm coming.
Shige, welcome home.
Thank you for helping.
You're Shige, right? You can see this rust, can't you? My name's Ginkgo. I was summoned here to help find a cure. Illness can be cured, but I'll need your help. Please, tell me about it. That's all I ask. That should be enough. This smoke should protect me and allow you to speak freely. I don't want to rust either, you know. See? Nothing happened.
Wait, the rust? You mean you can see it?
Yes, I can. That sound.
My voice is cursed. That's why earlier I was screaming. I was trying to ruin it.
It's so thick and raspy. Unfitting for such a tiny body.
I kept screaming and screaming until my voice ended up the way it is now.
Yet it reverberates with such sweet and elegant overtones.
But still, no matter how much it changes, whenever I use my voice, it causes the rust to appear.
Mysterious and strange, yet marvelous at the same time.
Shige!
Daddy, welcome home!
Thank you. That doll.
Yeah.
Oh, I see.
Whenever I spoke, rust would form on the people and things around me. It's all I'd ever known, so I thought it was just the way things were. That it was the same for everyone.
Hey, Shige, why don't you sing for me?
People always asked me to sing, so I would. It seemed like a perfectly normal thing to do. Eventually, I noticed that no one else could see the rust.
I was 4 when I realized that it was something bad. Everyone around me started having trouble moving their bodies. I decided to tell my mother and father about it.
Shige, promise me you'll never tell anyone else about this. If you do, we won't be able to stay here. Your mother and I can't work anymore. We're only able to get by because of the generosity shown to us by the master at the main house. For now, we'll keep this a secret and remain here and accept their charity. The day will come when we can repay them. Until then, you must never use your voice. I'm sorry, Shige.
Since that day, I haven't spoken a word to anyone. Everyone here should despise me for what I've done, and for what I continue to do by remaining here with my family instead of leaving.
Interesting. The sounds I hear when you speak, they're intriguing. I'm not even sure how you make them. Human vocal cords normally can't produce those types of overtones. Of course, I suspect I hear your voice a bit differently than most. As it happens, I know of another sound with similar qualities. This isn't rust. It's a mushi called the Yasabi, and it's alive.
A mushi?
Some can see them, other people cannot. They are a different form of life. The Yasabi are normally harmless mushi that attach themselves to the bodies of dead animals and help with their decomposition. During this process, they create a specific sound. Your voice contains this same sound, only amplified several hundredfold. Upon hearing it, the Yasabi come down from the mountains and gather here, believing there to be food. But because they find none, they attach themselves onto anything, including living beings. The solution is to scatter them.
Is that possible?
Yes, and beyond that, there should be a way to return your voice to normal as well. They're on everything. Not too picky, are they? This entire town is covered with that rust color. Hey. It's cold out here. Why are you sitting in the snow?
No reason.
I see. You're not afraid of Shige, are you?
No. I've only lived in this town for 2 years. So I guess I've never really believed that Shige is the cause of the illness. See ya.
Yeah. That must be why he doesn't have a single Yasabi on him. You can see the ocean from here. Wait. Could it be? I thought so.
If everyone's illness can be cured, and I can finally speak again, I can thank Tetsu. I can thank him for everything with my own voice. What?
That's right. We're going to use your voice to get rid of the mushi. But then, after that, for everyone's safety, you're going to have to leave this town.
I understand. I'll do anything I can to help cure this illness. But can I ask a favor of you? I'd like you to teach me how to write.
Hey there. Oh yeah, my handkerchief. Thank you. Hey.
What? You found what's causing this? Is it Shige?
No, that was nothing more than a rumor.
Here, I'll read it for you.
No! Give that back!
If I talk, you will get sick just like the others.
I'm sorry. Thank you for everything. Tetsu, who wrote this? Tell me, was it Shige?
I told you, give it back!
No. You've always been sympathetic towards her. It has to be Shige. I'm going to show this to the master.
No, you can't!
Tetsu, what are you doing?
I'm sorry about all this.
Tetsu! No, don't chase him. Hurry! Get that out of the fire.
Right.
Damn that girl. I won't let her play innocent any longer.
Shige!
You've got to run away, Shige. Now. They'll all be coming for you soon. There's no way of knowing what they might do to you.
I can't. Not yet. Ginkgo hasn't shown me how to chase away the Mushi. I won't go.
Shige, you've got to get out of here. Wait for me over there, at that ridge, after I get these people under control.
I'll go too. I can't stay in this town any longer. That ridge is in the same direction as my old village. It's dangerous to...
I can say that. You can do it. Go.
Ginkgo, why? Why are you protecting Shige?
Bring her to us.
She has to pay for what she's done.
Getting rid of Shige is not going to cure the illness. It's not her fault. All she did was talk, laugh, and sing, just like any other child would do. It's her voice. It contains a unique sound element. That's what attracted the illness here.
We don't give a damn about what the reason is. She's the one who caused this. How is she going to repay us?
She's been repaying you, silently, for the past 10 years. If she had broken her silence and made up some sort of excuse, I'm sure she would have been able to deceive you. Instead, she carried the weight of her sin.
That doesn't mean we should forgive her. My child. She's the same age as Shige and she can't even walk.
My child's the same way.
Look, I'm helping her to make amends. If it get away. Wouldn't that make things even? Everyone who's been afflicted with this illness has shared the same pain.
Shige, about that letter. The way it was written led me to believe you were going to leave town. Do you still plan on doing that, even if this sickness is cured? Do you know where you'll go? Well, would you like to come with me and live in my village? Now, most of the houses and boats there were swept away, but everything is slowly being rebuilt. You should come. So what do you say? Shige!
They're not here. Something happened.
I need to call for help. But my voice. Maybe from this distance.
This illness can be cured. Shige! Tetsu! That unmistakable voice echoed through the mountains.
My legs feel lighter.
So do mine.
Hey! Shige! Are you two alright?
What have I done? Now you're sick too.
No, he's just unconscious. Don't worry. I promise he won't get the illness.
Shige, you're all right. Look, our legs.
As it turned out, you did something that was very similar to what I had in mind from the beginning. The plan I devised was to have your voice echo through the mountains, which would cause the Yasabi gathered in this town to disperse. But the location you called out from had to be that ridge where I told you to meet me, with the view of the ocean behind it. Yasabi dislikes salt and salt water. The rust at the edge of town, closest to where the ocean breeze blows in, wasn't the Yasabi. It was plain rust. The reason Tetsu never got sick was because he was from a fishing village. Even after he came here, he continued to be exposed to the sea breeze while going back and forth to his old village. If you live near the sea, you can have a normal life as well. But you'll have to repeat this again and again for decades in order to get rid of all of them. You might even wear your voice out before it's done.
Everything considered, I don't think I'd mind that. Although they're vague, I do have memories of this place before there was any rust here. Back in those days, I really loved this simple little town. I'll do anything I can to bring it back to the way it was.
After the girl left town, it's said that the sickness slowly went away.
Shige, you headed up to the ridge? I'll join you.
Even now, the people of that town say they can still hear a voice calling out somewhere in the distance. A strange, hoarse, yet familiar and lovely voice, echoing through the mountains.
Make the fire. Nightfall is coming. Light the fire. Darkness is coming. Of the dead will possess it. That fire. No! Stay away from that fire! What is this? My punishment? Was I wrong? Was I just being arrogant? Maybe I should have done as he suggested. Or maybe it was hopeless from the beginning.
Looks like I'm getting close. Hey! I've heard that a Mushi master lives in this village. Is that true?
What's he mean? I bet he's talking about Yahagi. She's down in the field with Dad and the others. A bunch of weird weeds that no one's ever seen before started growing there. They're killing the trees on the mountain.
It's decided then. We'll split up and cut down all the trees around the village.
Right.
Yahagi!
Maggie! You two again? Didn't I tell you not to come here? What happened here?
We brought you a visitor.
You did. Stay away from that weed!
Interesting. If it was just one plant, you wouldn't notice it. But with so many, this thing's obviously a mushi. There's no way to miss it.
You're not a mushi master, are you?
Yes, my name is Ginkgo. I'd heard a new species had been identified. I thought I'd do a little research.
You're too late. The research is done. It's time to act.
Ow!
Stop squirming.
It stings. It's fine, okay?
Thought I recognized your name. I've read several of your papers. Your work is quite impressive. I really mean it. But I have to admit, I didn't expect you to be a young woman.
Thanks, I think.
Anyway, I'm very interested in your new findings. Do you think I could see them?
They're still incomplete.
Incomplete? But you said your research was done.
There's no need, nor is there time for further research. Tomorrow, we're going to burn the entire surface of the mountain.
What? You're choking the whole mountain?
That's right.
But why? It's only the weed that's bad.
It's the only thing we can do.
Will the animals on the mountain die?
We're chasing them away and doing whatever we can to prevent them from being harmed.
Wait, but...
Listen, we must do this to stop that weed. Otherwise, everyone in the village could be in danger next. Please, try to understand. We must. It's our only chance to save ourselves.
I wonder.
Yes, I'm sure. We're running out of time.
I might be able to help if I knew more about this. Why don't you tell me what's been going on?
All right. It started 2 months ago. We were clearing a field, getting ready for the spring planting. While working, we turned up a giant black boulder. We're near an old volcano, so there's a great deal of volcanic rock in the area. We dug it up and dumped it in a corner of the field. The next day, someone noticed a weed growing out of a crack in the boulder. But no one thought anything about it. 3 days later, after a heavy rainstorm, we found that the field was overrun by weeds. They all seemed to be connected at the root. No matter how much we'd cut at them or pull at them, they'd grow back immediately. By the time I realized, too late. Their blossoms released a poison that withered the surrounding plants. Nothing affects their vitality. Every effort to exterminate them has failed. They've completely overrun the mountainside, and now they're growing towards the village.
Even so, you're taking a big risk by burning the whole mountain. Plus, it's an unknown mushi. Who knows how fire will affect it? Gather all the people you can. Get them out of the village quickly. We need to learn more about this mushi.
So you think that we should just give up and let the crops die? The village won't survive the winter that way. Everyone's life is at stake.
I understand that, but we can't afford to be hasty.
You're saying that we should simply accept a few casualties?
I'm saying we shouldn't gamble with people's lives without more knowledge.
Point taken. But this is no time for us to have a scholarly debate. Not now. The villagers are close to panicking.
What about you? I know it's frustrating not being, can't give in to fear.
I grew up here. These people are depending on me. And I'll do whatever it takes to protect them.
You're welcome to take the report. Maybe you can be of help in my next investigation. But now, just go and leave us alone.
There goes the big oak. The cherry tree's gone too.
Hey! You've got to stop this.
And who are you?
I know you want to protect your village, but are you sure you're not destroying more than you're saving? Think about it. I'm begging you to reconsider.
Look, mister, no one's happy about destroying the forest. We must. If we don't, we and our families might die.
You're that other Mushi master, aren't you? We already have a great master right here in the village. What would an outsider know about us?
I'll tell you what I know. You're acting like a pack of frightened monkeys, not men, blindly lashing out.
Master, how dare you?
Face your fear like rational men, instead of burning it like a mob.
We are facing it. That's what people have always used fire for, isn't it?
We should use our intelligence to fight this.
Isn't that how we mastered fire? With intelligence?
Very glib. But you know what I'm talking about.
Didn't I tell you to leave? We don't need you.
Leave us alone!
Come on.
All right, everyone. Please, calm down and listen. I found the reed at the edge of the village. Let's finish with the trees and set the mountain on fire by nightfall.
Well, that could have gone better. No doubt about it. She's good. She must hate having to burn it before we can learn more. No one's going to listen to me. She's the only one who can put a stop to this. Maybe. This is wrong. I can feel it. That Mushi was inside of a volcanic rock. Setting it on fire is just asking for trouble.
Set the fires.
It's done. Now we'll survive.
Maybe. But we destroyed everything.
That noise. What is it?
Over there, look. What are those things?
Those flames. They're Kagabi.
All of you, quick! Go home! Keep the fires away from the home!
Hey! Cover your pots and containers! Hurry and tell your neighbors! Do it quickly, before those fireballs have a chance to nest!
Do as he says! Hurry! Listen carefully. That thing looks like fire, but it's actually called a kagabi, a shadow fire. It usually only appears on cold and rainy days. It sucks the body heat from those who get too near, thinking it a real fire. On warm days, it likes to lurk in narrow spaces like pots or hollow trees. Most of these have probably nested already, possibly even somewhere near your homes. From now on, be careful when you approach any fire. You could end up freezing to death before you know it, just by trying to get warm.
You tell us be careful, but what should we look for?
A fire that seems to be only lukewarm is bound to be a kagabi. Hidden inside these things is a mushi called a hidene. This mushi is the true form of these ghostly flames. It thrives by absorbing heat. But everything will be fine. All we have to do is take care. No one is going to get hurt, all right?
Things have gotten out of hand, haven't they? Who knew that weed would turn out to be Hidene larvae?
Still, we can deal with hidene. I'm familiar with all the literature. It's a shame it wasn't a new species, but at least we identified an unknown larval stage.
That's a nice lecture. Don't take your frustrations out on me. And no one else in the village can deal with them but you. If things here should start to get out of hand, send a letter to this address, and I'll come. It's payment for reading your report. Don't take on too much by yourself.
I'm freezing. Time for fire. Damn it. Too damp. Must be embers from the burning. Thank goodness.
Sure is chilly today. The room just won't get warm at all.
It looks like the weeds have been sprout up again. Now for the kagabi.
So's my grandfather! The people next door are too!
Then what?
7 people died outright. Others have suffered internal frostbite after eating food cooked by the heat of a kagabi. I thought I'd warned them enough. I was wrong.
And how are things now?
It's starting to get better. Those who have frostbite should recover if they're careful and rest. The villagers are finally beginning to pay casualties.
And the kagabi?
When you crush the hidene inside, they disappear. We should be rid of most of them by this time.
So it's like the writings say, kill the mushi and the fire disappears. Why am I here?
Because I've discovered a life stage not in the writings. Those weeds we found in the rock that day sprout from the corpses of those that died, from having their body heat drained away.
Is that the problem you called me back here to help you with?
Oh no, I can take care of that myself.
Then what is it?
You see, I'm going going to have to leave the village soon. When we burned the mountain, I inhaled a Kagabi. The body is just a type of container, isn't it? It's been there all along, sapping my body heat. It felt as if I was freezing, slowly. Now I'm coughing up weeds. So you see, I'm punished for my foolishness. The Hedene have taken root in my stomach, and are beginning to sprout. I've started to cough up poison as well. I'm left. I plan to leave soon and go as far away as possible, before my body is consumed. Before that, I must ask, will you take over here? With you in charge, I won't ever have to worry about something like this happening again.
I can't. If it had been my responsibility, I don't know if I would have acted differently. But this battle you started is going to continue for years to come. You can't give up on it now and leave it for your successors. I've got an idea I've been thinking about for some time. Let me give it a try.
Gonna catch a Kagabi? Then what? You'll save Yahagi?
We'll see.
Hey, look!
What do you plan to do?
The Hedene are a cunning piece of evolution, aren't they? It's clever. First, they emit a poison that kills everything, which forces human beings to set them on fire. Once aflame, they mature, take the fire's shape, and lure irony. Man, the only animal that uses fire is used by fire. But still, the Hedene are only false fire. What will happen to the larva if we set this false fire on them?
So you think...
To kill it when it's in its weed form, you just burn it with Kagabi. Food cooked with Kagabi will probably have the same effect.
But won't it burn me? The frostbite?
No kidding. I ate some of that stuff before and it felt like my guts were gonna burn up.
Your choice.
Yahagi!
You burn the weed. Give me more.
Take it slow. You need to get better gradually, a little bit at a time. And so, coughing up leaves, burning her insides, she lived to protect her village from the unknown, and does so to this day.
Hey, we don't see many of those Kagabi anymore, do we? You think it's because it's gotten warmer?
Maybe. But still, we don't know where they could be hiding. Don't let your guard down.
Looks like it's flying towards the valley.
You're right. It might be looking for someplace a little colder. Or possibly, it's going to hide. And, holding its breath, wait patiently for winter to come again. Taste and touch. These are all I have. These are all I need.
What's this thing on my eyes?
these mountains.
When I look at the ceiling, it appears very weird. With black hair all over, like an unkept, scraggly beard. Every day it grows longer, hanging down into space. Until it gets so long that it tickles my face.
Wait a minute. Nice story. How do you know it?
My father told it to me. I've got plenty more if you want to hear them. Mushi Master.
How did you know I'm a Mushi Master?
Well, I just had a feeling. Hey, don't look at me like that. Come on, you. It's starting to get dark. We need a place to stay tonight.
Huh?
Innkeeper!
Yes, miss.
We'll need 2 rooms for the night.
Right away, miss.
No thanks. I wasn't planning on staying the night.
Let me help you with your luggage, sir.
Like I said, I'm not... Hey, let go! I told you I'm not staying!
Well then, what would you like to hear about? I do take requests.
Your father, is he a Mushi Master too? Your stories seem to have an air of truth about them.
Why, yes. Yes, he was.
Is he retired?
He passed away. Ever since I was born, I've had problems with my eyes. No, I can. Everything, in fact.
Wait, what do you mean?
The Ganpuku. The Eye of Fortune. I saw it.
You saw the Ganpuku? Amazing. So it's not a myth. Where'd you see it?
Look, I'll tell you everything, but under one condition. It's a favor. One you'll need to do for me in return. When the time comes, take my eyes and bury them in the mountains.
Amane! Amane!
Father! I'm so glad you're back. How did your work go?
He was a Mushi Master, so he was frequently gone for days and weeks at a time, leaving me at home alone. It was so wonderful when he'd return, and I couldn't wait to listen to all the fascinating stories about his travels.
This time I've brought something back that's truly amazing. There's a mushi called the Ganpuku that will supposedly improve a person's eyesight after they look at it. Until now, I'd always believed it to be a myth. But one man saw it, and I just managed to gain possession of it. Don't worry, it was taken out after he died. I heard that this man's vision improved after seeing the Ganpuku, and that he saw clearly for the rest of his life. His eyeball, it's been perfectly preserved since he passed away. I think this is the clue to finding the Ganpuku. Amane, I promise you, I'll do whatever it takes. You will have sight. I promise. Just you wait.
Father? Are you all...
Shut the door!
Father, what's that?
A mushi hiding in the eyeball! It could be the Ganpuku!
My father spent the next several days looking for the creature in the mountains, but luck was not on his side. A month passed. We'd given up hope of finding it, but then...
What's that? What's this thing? In my heart, could this be what it's like? To be able to see? There's something in my eyes. Father? That's you, isn't it?
Amene? Amene?
After years of blindness, I was finally able to see for the first time in my life. Never in my wildest imagination had I dared to dream that I would be able to do so. There were so many wonderful things to see in the world, and they never ceased to amaze me. It was magical.
Dark blue? Light purple? Soft pink? Burnt orange? Look, wild geese!
Wow! They fly in such a pretty busa. How are you able to see us? I saw this shiny flower-like thing.
My eyes could see further than any of my friends. This gave me a definite advantage when it came to game playing.
There you are! I see you two in the bushes!
But then,
I found you! No fair! You always find us too quickly. You can't be it anymore.
as time passed by, I started seeing places that others couldn't see. Like the hills beyond the wall, and the riches beyond those hills, and even the sea far beyond those ridges. I was somehow able to see them, even though I was in my room. I was fascinated with the scenery, and with all the people whom I'd never seen before going about their lives. But soon after, I started feeling dizzy, and I could hardly walk. The only way I could stop these feelings, So I spent most of my time with my eyes closed, tightly shut. I managed to live like that for quite a while, but then I started to see something else, even though my eyes were closed.
Watch out! Oh, never mind. What happened? You all right?
Yes, there was a sudden gust of wind.
What did I see before? I quickly realized that when I closed my eyes, I could see the future and the past of everyone around me. People, mostly my friends and neighbors at first, started coming to me and asking that I tell them their futures. Everything I saw became true, so rumors began to spread. People from neighboring villages heard that I was clairvoyant, and they traveled from miles away to hear what their futures held. Next year in the summer, you're going to die. You'll drown in the river. So please, please don't go near it for any reason. But even though as I saw in my visions didn't change at all, and more, the people who came to see me only wanted to know if I could tell them about thieves and other criminals and what they had done. Although my eyes drew lots of people to me, they had the opposite effect on my friends. In the end, they all left me. I really can't blame them. It must frighten them, being around someone who has the power to see the future. I hate this. I can see the future, but nothing changes. I decided to stop telling people what was going to happen to them. But then, something changed. What? How can I see outside? My eyes are closed.
I'm leaving. I'll be back soon. Amene? What's wrong?
I'm having these visions. Your future and the scenery outside at the same time.
I'm so dizzy.
That doesn't sound good.
Don't worry. I'll get used to it. I'll be fine.
You take it easy. I won't be gone long.
He never came back. When he didn't return, I went to the mountains every day to look for him. I knew my eyes would eventually find him. And one day, they finally did. I saw my father. He was lying dead at the bottom of a ravine. I set out to pay my final respects. I knew I'd need some way to support myself, so I brought my lute along. I sang songs about the stories I'd heard from my father and lived off the tips people gave me. When I eventually arrived at his final resting place, I no longer had any desire to return to our village. With my father now gone, I had no reason to go back there. Since then, I've just been traveling from place to place and playing my lute on the streets for a living. As time went on, I could see more and more through my eyelids. The past, the future, everything. Nothing could obstruct my view. It was tough on my eyes sometimes during the day to stand the light, but I managed. But strangely enough, there was still one thing I could never see. And that was my own future. I am able to see my future now. You passing through this village, the tip you gave me, the conversation we're having in this room. Well, I foresaw all of this.
Really? Is that the reason you asked me to take your eyes? Bury them in the mountains when the time comes?
I normally don't ask for help from anyone, but in this case, I have no choice. It's funny. My eyes once brought me so much joy, that's how I've lived with them. But now, after all of the visions, I've just grown to hate them. I guess I should feel lucky. I've foreseen that this pair of eyes won't belong to me for much longer. It'll be just like the Ganpuku I saw. I'll lose my eyes, but it'll stay inside them. It'll go underground and then wait for a new pair of eyes to come along to claim. I don't want anyone else to have to go through the same misery that I have. That's why I want you to bury my eyes deep in the mountains.
You said that you foresaw all this? I don't get it. Why didn't you ask if they could be healed? For all we know, there might be a cure.
I just told you, the things I see can't be changed. They're already destined to happen. There's nothing you or I or anyone can do to change them.
Hey, listen. I still can't swallow everything you've told me tonight, but I can't just sit around here. Let me try to help at least.
You can write your letter if you want, but your friend has no answers.
Is that so?
Why are you so willing to help me, Ginkgo? Is it because you lost your left eye?
You can see the past, can't you?
Well, in your case, no, I can't. Your childhood is all black to me.
You want to know what my earliest memory is? I was 10. I was walking alone somewhere in the dark. I couldn't see anything at all. I tried to grope my way through that darkness, but it seemed endless, hopeless, until the moon came out. It was snow white, almost unreal looking, and was slowly setting, just as another moon started to rise. I walked for a long time. Eventually, I used to appreciate it back then, the sunlight and its warmth. What about you? Aren't you scared of losing light forever? Won't you miss it?
Of course I will. But a world with only light is just as scary. I can see everything, like I do right now, but I can do nothing to change things. Or I can see nothing and live free from these visions. Which one do you think would make me happier? Honestly, I'd prefer to see nothing. Living in the darkness and still being able to remember the light? Well, I don't think that's a bad thing at all.
saw it again.
A vision? What was it? Tell me.
The very last thing my eyeballs see before they die.
Able to see through her eyelids. She could only see other people's futures, but now she can see through her eyelids, and she's able to see her own future. Interesting. I wonder, does that mean she's become another person to her eyeballs? A mushi that lives in someone's eyes after they look at it. It then changes the eyeballs into something else so they can live on after the person dies. Once the eyes are completely taken over, the mushi leaves. If that's the case, the time for it to leave must be close. And still no reply from my friend. Changing things destined to happen. Is it even possible?
Wait, why can't I see behind the ceiling? What happened? I can see normally. They're moving by themselves.
Hold on. I'll give you a painkiller.
Isn't it strange? I don't have eyeballs anymore, but somehow tears still flow.
A vision? What was it? Tell me.
The very last thing my eyeballs see before they die. After leaving my body, they were buried in the ground, high in the mountains. After a while, they revealed themselves from the ground, and a fox walked towards them. The fox was captivated, and two beautiful flowers suddenly reflected in its eyes. They were slowly absorbed until they faded away. Then everything went dark. See? I know it's too late, but did you ever receive a reply from your friend?
Will you go back to your village?
One day. Maybe. Right now I'm not sure. Who knows what the future holds? I don't know for a change, and I'm thankful. Thanks for all your help. If you ever happen to see me, please say hello. Who knows? Maybe I'll have a new song to sing by then.
When I was a boy, I was always curious about the people who roamed in the Valley Mist. Every year, they would appear before the May showers began when the storms ended.
Young master! I thought I'd find you here. The master is calling for you.
beautiful purple mist has returned.
What are you talking about? Looks like plain, ordinary mist to me. You are such an odd child.
Ah, that's right. It's already time for the mist people to come through here, isn't it? Guess I should get the storm shutters fixed.
Father, those people, don't you worry?
Been coming here for a long time, and they never once caused any trouble. They simply guard the mountain and talk amongst themselves.
All right, but what exactly is it that they do?
Well, to be honest, I'm not sure what they do for a living. I've never been deeply involved with them. They've never asked for much of anything, and they keep to themselves. I've heard that they know a lot about foreign lands, and that they're a friendly and amusing group of people to talk to. But beyond that, they're a mystery.
What about our water? They might take some from the waterfall.
Why should we deny some thirsty travelers a drink of water? It's not like they're trying to reroute it to their fields like the villagers.
I don't like outsiders coming and going through here as they please.
Taku, the heir to this family shouldn't be saying such stingy and selfish things. Just think of them as the birds that migrate through the changing seasons. Let them be. They'll be gone soon enough.
Hey, catch anything? The fish can see you from there. What do you think you're doing? Don't take so many fish. Do you hear me? This is my mountain. Your mountain? So you're the master here? I'm the son of the owner. Really? Oh, master's son. Guess I should give these back then. Or at least I should. But we want something to eat. Could you spare one fish per person? I guess that would be okay. Thanks a lot. I'll give the rest to the master. I'm Isazov, the Watari. I'll be staying around this mountain for a little while. Pleased to meet you. You sure are a strange one. Master, who's bad at fishing.
My goodness, you caught so many today. How would you like me to cook them?
What's with him? There's nothing that says a master's son must be good at fishing. Where did these stupid things come from? I gotcha, you big liar. My grandfather told me the real master of this mountain is elsewhere. I'm not a liar. My family bought this land a little at a time for generations. They bought it? And that makes you think you're the master of this place? This land isn't something that can be bought and sold like that. I know, it's not like that. This is a special mountain, isn't it? My family knows that. The land that surrounds us is fertile because of this mountain, so my family's been protecting it all this time. My father is the one preventing everyone from damming the waterfall and routing it to the villagers' fields. So tell me, did a Mushi master tell you to do that? Yeah, I think that's what he was called. He told my ancestors to protect this place. He said that if we didn't, the mountain would get sick. I see. So this place is important to you too, and your family protects it. I guess that's okay then. I was gonna tell you to return those fish from yesterday. Sorry about that. See you later. Wait. I've no need to be indebted to you. Any luck? Just a little bit longer. Come on, I've already caught enough for everyone. I said just a little longer. You mentioned a different master earlier. Who is that? The big catfish that lives in the waterfall basin.
The what? Who decided that?
The mountain. Those who are to become masters are born with moss growing on their body. That's how you can spot them.
Then I've seen him before. A catfish with moss on its head.
Really? I'm jealous.
Hey, tell me something. Have you ever seen a purple mist swelling and twisting around like it was alive?
Of course I have. This area is a Komyaku. It's the source of life that flows through this land. It mixes with the water, evaporates, and then becomes precipitation. That's why the mist here has a life of its own. That's also why it changes color day to day by watching the hue of the mist.
Quick! Be careful! Don't panic! Shut up! It's still not enough, but here. See ya.
You know, I've told you about a lot of things. Next time, you should tell me something.
Like what? I don't know about anything special like you.
It can be about anything. You know, stories. Things that happen in the village.
I couldn't believe it myself.
Well, if it isn't young Master Taku.
What's the occasion? You usually don't come out to join us.
I was just hoping that I might be able to listen to some interesting stories.
Then you're just in time. I was about to tell the Master some things that happened to me while I was traveling. Please, have a seat.
Are you serious? Is that true?
Who knows? My uncle tends to exaggerate when he's telling a story. Oh, he also said he saw a strange kid in a village 2 mountains south of here. He was about 10 years. He was actually missing one of them.
Yeah? I wonder why. Was he a foreigner?
He didn't know, but it didn't seem like he was.
Huh. 2 mountains to the south, huh? That's the same direction we'll be headed when we leave. Maybe I'll meet him.
That's right. The rains are almost over for this season. When will you be leaving?
I don't know. My grandfather looks at the mist every morning and decides.
How does that help?
If the mist has a blue tint, the mountain's energy moves silently and swiftly. If it's reddish, it's the opposite. When it's golden, the mountain is in the best mood. That's the best day to leave.
Sounds like an easy way to make decisions.
Are you jealous?
My future has already been decided for me. I'm going to live here and look after this mountain just like my father. So yeah, I'm jealous.
I see.
Whose path through the mountain?
I see. Then I'll take the map as well.
Very good.
And Issa-san, thanks for that information the other day. It helped me quite a bit. Keep me posted.
Sure. That's how we make our living. We sell information about the Mushi and changes in the Komyaku's line to the Mushi masters. We can't support ourselves just by watching over the light vein alone. It helps out everyone.
You should have told me that to begin with. I would have tried to find some more strange stories for you.
No, that wouldn't help. If I didn't know what was normal, then I wouldn't know when something strange was going on. And besides, I like hearing about the village.
Whatever.
Wait, what do you mean, whatever?
I mean, I understand everything now.
What are you mad about?
Shut up! Just leave me alone.
That's just how I do things. I won't apologize for anything.
I didn't ask you to apologize. I hate this weather.
This will be the last one.
It's so hot. Isaza? It's golden.
Then, the following year, at the same time as always, they returned. But the people that made up their group were a little different from the year before.
What you told me turned out to be true. We found him wandering around the village. He didn't have anywhere to go, so... He may look strange, but he's very nice. His name's Inko. But I don't think he'll be with us for very long. He has a condition that attracts Mushi. If he stays near the light vein for too long, then either he or the vein itself will be affected. He'll probably be placed under the care of a Mushi master in the near future.
Fumi, what's wrong?
Young master, it's your father. The master has... Like I said, the will states that the entire mountain is to be given to Taku.
I know. But do you really think he'll be able to handle this all by himself? The village is still growing, and there's not enough water. We need to reroute it from the basin. Please, let us take care of things. We won't let you down.
Taku! I heard from the mountain guards. I'm sorry about your father. You haven't come to the mountain for quite some time. Are you all right?
I tried, but I couldn't protect the mountain. It was taken away by my relatives. They're going to dam the waterfall, and the land will be devastated. I'm sorry.
Taku, please. Listen to me. There's something wrong with the mountain. It's restless. The ground is hot, and there's a strange scent. The animals are leaving, and the Komyaku has started to shift. We're going to leave and follow it. Take care of yourself.
Wait, so you're not coming back?
I don't know.
Please, let me go. I want to join you. I don't want to stay here. Please take me with you, like the way you took that Ginkgo kid with you before. And it's not like I have to be related to any of you to join, right?
None of us are related by blood. The old man I call grandfather decides who comes with us. I'll ask him. Come to the waterfall tomorrow morning.
The mist is pure white. Something's wrong. Very wrong. This has never happened before. Where's Isaza?
He already left.
You're lying. He wouldn't.
The Komyaku started shifting in the middle of the night. It couldn't be helped. Isaza left you a message. He said, I'm sorry. They have to follow the light band. The Watari are people who were kicked out of their villages because of the Mushi path as well. And someday, you'll meet again.
They were kicked out, huh? You mean like you were?
Hey, Ginkgo. We're leaving.
I've already been kicked out again. Oh, he had one more thing he wanted to tell you. He said that the rest of you should get away from this mountain as well.
After that day, the mountain's mist never showed any sign of color. Then, 6 months later, the mountain spewed fire. Those with family in other places abandoned the village to join them. The mountain burned. The waterfall was buried, but the basin still remained as a pond. Once, I saw the shadow of the large catfish in its waters, but from what I could see, the crown of moss it once had was no longer there. We cleared the ash and planted trees. Slowly, the mountain began to recover, but it was never as fertile as it had been before. Many of the children born in the village or on the mountain were weak and frail. Isaza and the others knew that something was coming. It probably had something to do with the light vein. Either way, what can I do to help them? I don't even know how to find them. Even now, the sound of footsteps in the grass makes me twitch and take notice, always hoping that I'll look to see that they've returned.
Taku! Taku, there's wonderful news! There's a man at the lower house who says he can cure our children's illness.
Now remember, prepare the medicine just like I showed you. Give it to them once a day until the illness has passed.
I don't believe it! This mountain used to be part of the Komyaku, but the light vein shifted and abandoned this land. The ones that remained behind seem to gather near the people here. Is that the reason all our children are ill?
Hey, you seem to know a lot about this stuff. Yes, you're exactly right. You were born healthy and strong because of the light vein. It was different for your children. The medicine I gave them not only has vitamins and nourishment, but it will also help keep away the Mushi.
I see. Hey, you know what? I don't think you remember, but you and I have met once before a long time ago.
We have? When was it? I don't remember you.
Do you remember someone named Isaza?
I do. Why, are you a friend of his or something? I still keep in touch with him. He's actually the one that told me about this place. He said you'd probably need something about now. Medicine. He's doing the same as usual.
If that's so, then it's all right. Everything's fine as it is.
A large catfish in the shape of this pond. I think I've been here before. Ah, it's him. He and the mountain have changed quite a bit, haven't they? Wouldn't you agree? Mr. Former Master?